Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. This morning I appear, at least in respect of the first witness, with Ms Berry.
Thank you, Ms Hogan-Doran.
Commissioner, today I appear with Mr Kaplan and Ms Kelly for the Commonwealth.
Yes, and we've also got...
My name is Horton, initials JM, appearing with my learned friend Mr Sharp, initial P, who's IBA Link in Sydney, for Mr Turnbull AC.
Thanks, Mr Horton.
Andrea Tiedis. I appear with Ms Slack, KE. We are instructed by King and Wood Mallisons, and we are for Mr McNamara.
Thank you. Have you got exhibits you want to tender, Mr Gregory?
I do, Commissioner. I'll deal with the first two witnesses only, and there is one minor amendment. I tender exhibits numbered 6716 to 6755, but not 6721 or 6722, in respect of which the tender is deferred.
Okay, so that's, what, sorry,
6716 to 6755.
No, the ones you're not tendering, sorry.
Oh, sorry, 6721, 6722. They reappear in the list in respect of documents related to Mr McNamara, but Mr Scott is aware of the position.
All right, thanks. And you're calling Mr Turnbull?
Yes, the next witness is the Honourable Malcolm Turnbull AC.
Mr Turnbull, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. That's coming to you now. I might get you to stand, even though you're a long way away. On second thoughts, I can't see you when you stand, so please sit.
Okay, thank you.
Please place your right hand on the Bible. Your response is, I do. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Turnbull, can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Malcolm Bligh Turnbull.
Mr Turnbull, you were served with a notice to give a statement and produce documents marked NTG-0191 dated 10 February 2023, and you produced a signed statement in response dated 20 February 2023, is that correct?
It's true.
And the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you. As you indicate in your statement, Mr Turnbull, from 15 September 2015 through to 24 August 2018, you were the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Australia?
Yes.
And insofar as this Commission is concerned, during that period of time, aspects of what is now known as the Robodebt scheme were implemented or continued?
Yes.
Right. Before we come to the specifics of your statement, Mr Turnbull, is it the case that in response to the notice which required production of documents and communications relevant to the questions, you were able to produce WhatsApp messages communicated between yourself and then Minister Tudge and then Minister Porter, and also one of your advisors, Mr Pinkstone?
Yes, that's true, and they're in the statement.
And you have set those out in the statement that you produced?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Thank you. In terms of the manner in which you as Prime Minister interacted with Cabinet ministers during the period which you held office as Prime Minister, can you describe the extent to which ministers, as opposed to the Cabinet, were responsible to the day-to-day functionings of their department?
Well, I ran and committed to run, when I became Prime Minister, a traditional cabinet government. The government was not run out of the Prime Minister's office, as some other Prime Ministers have sought to do. I was very clear that I expected ministers to take responsibility for their departments and portfolios and for decision-making by the government to be collegiate and run through the cabinet process. So when I became PM, I appointed Arthur Sinodinos, very experienced public servant, former Chief of Staff, of course, to John Howard, as Cabinet Secretary with the goal of restoring traditional cabinet government.
And did that style or that approach inform communications that you had with Minister Tudge and Minister Porter during 2017, for example?
Yes, it did.
The role of the Department of Prime Minister in Cabinet as it relates to the Departments of Human Services and the Departments of Social Services, did that role include obtaining information from those departments which were relevant to matters which might be raised by third parties with you, such as the media or the Parliament?
Yes, the PM&C, it has many roles, but it's in this context, its role is really one of coordination. And so there are civil servants in PM&C with particular responsibilities, social services and health, national security and so forth. And they would often request information from departments for the purpose of briefing the Prime Minister and, of course, working with the policy advisors in my office.
Because you were in the Prime Minister's office, of course, you're not in a position to say, I take it with absolute certainty, that information conveyed from the Department of Human Services, say, to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet was always communicated to your office.
No, I'm not, no.
That is, you would expect there to be some degree of filtering and briefing where considered necessary or relevant or in response to a request by you.
Yes, that's true. I mean, my first Chief of Staff, a very distinguished public servant, Drew Clark, used to say that the scarcest resource in the Commonwealth Government is the Prime Minister's time. So managing that is, a key part of the role of the office, and that sort of informs the way in which the interactions with PM&C are conducted.
And I take it from your production of the WhatsApp messages, particularly with then Ministers Tudge and Porter in the first half of 2017, none of that process precluded you from communicating directly with your ministers in respect of matters of public sensitivity or the like?
No, not at all. There are many vectors of engagement with ministers, as I say in my statement. There is the vector through the office, through PM&C. There is obviously the vector through Cabinet itself, but there is also direct communications. I mean, the way a good Cabinet government operates is in a consensual, collegiate way in which there is, plenty of interaction, some of it very formal, some of it informal, and of course a lot happened over WhatsApp, which is a very convenient messaging system.
Insofar as your approach to Cabinet, and you've referred to a more traditional Westminster style, each year or every few years, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet produced a new edition of the Cabinet Handbook for successive ministries or governments?
Yes, there was, and there's also a statement of ministerial standards, which is produced by or signed off by each Prime Minister, and sometimes revised. I mean, I revised my ministerial standards code after the events relating to Barnaby Joyce, and I made a change to, say that ministers should not have sexual relations with their staff, and I put in a lot of language in there about respect for the public service and respect generally. But the bulk of the ministerial standards have remained pretty consistent over a long period of time.
In the successive editions of the Cabinet Handbook, the concept of cabinet solidarity is addressed.
Yes, that's right.
And generally speaking, requires members of Cabinet to, when speaking publicly about Cabinet decisions, provide support for those decisions irrespective of personal views.
Yes, that's right.
What, in your experience as Prime Minister, was the circumstance where a question of legality was raised in respect of a Cabinet decision which was known to a Cabinet Minister but not generally to the Cabinet? Can you speak to that circumstance?
I can't recall any circumstance of that kind. I mean, plainly, the fundamental duty of the government and ministers is to comply with the law. So if a question of illegality in any area of the government's affairs was raised, it would be, I mean, it would have to, it's got to be dealt with. And normally the normal course of action would be to get advice from the AGS and if necessary from the Solicitor General or, outside counsel. But it's been people often, as you know, I'm a former lawyer, I suppose, but as lawyers know, governments are often accused of acting ultra vires, but sometimes correctly, sometimes not. But the fact is you've got to comply with the law. It's basic. A penetrating glimpse of the obvious, you might say.
If we turn then to some specifics, in by at least early January 2017, there was considerable media attention in respect of the online compliance intervention program, the debt collection scheme operated by the Department of Human Services. And at that point in time, the first week of January, Minister Tudge was on leave overseas.
That's true.
I take it you were not on leave?
No, I was always on duty.
And that led...
Even if I was notionally on leave, I was always on duty.
And that led to, that is, the media attention prompted an exchange between yourself and Mr Tudge, which commenced on about the 6th of January 2017 in respect of that media attention.
That's true, yes.
Now, Mr Turnbull, I can see you have a hard copy bundle in front of you, which I understand mirrors mine. Your statement, of course, appears at tab 2, and I'm referring to page 8 now. If you prefer an electronic copy, it's Exhibit 6724, which will undoubtedly be shown on a screen somewhere in the room in which you're sitting.
Right.
But at page 6, under the heading WhatsApp messages with the Minister for Human Services relating to the Robodebt scheme, your first message is recorded a little after 11 p.m, and that's a message to Mr Tudge?
Yes.
I see there is a variance between the capitals used in his name in that message and other messages. Is that just an autocorrect?
I assume that's
yes.
I don't think that wasn't put there by me for emphasis. I wouldn't have thought. But
no, thank you.
I mean, I've just these WhatsApps have just been uploaded from the application so that they are exactly as they appear.
As they appear.
So,
thank you.
So if Alan Tudge thought the capitalised Alan was a subtle way of drawing his attention to the message, that wouldn't have been a bad thing, but I don't think that would have been my intention.
Thank you. I think page 6 is on the screen. If page 8 could be brought up. Thank you. The passage I'm referring to, of course, is below halfway. And your first question to him on the 6th of January was when he was back in Australia, and he indicated that the plan was to return on 15 January, but he followed that with a tentative with a qualification. The next morning you sent him a link to a news article which appeared in the Sydney Morning Herald that day, and it was otherwise unaccompanied with any comments or context, but the article appears behind tab 3 it is Exhibit 4321, an article by Peter Martin which may have also appeared in the Canberra Times on the same date. Can I take you to tab 4, Mr Turnbull, the second page of the document? There were two features raised by Mr Martin. The first is in the fourth paragraph from the top, commencing what's important, and the second, thank you, and the second is in the paragraph above the italicised portion towards the bottom of the page, commencing many of the automated systems. The first passage raises a question of evidence and its relationship to the law. The second raises a question of what I might describe as accuracy of estimates of debts according to a mathematical division process. Was it in that context that Mr Tudge responded to you in the messages which are set out on the page 8 and over to page 9 of the 7th of January 2017?
Well, he was, I mean, I don't have much independent recollection of this exchange, beyond what's in the WhatsApps. So I can't add a gloss to it, but I've seen the article. I've copied it to Alan. Alan Tudge. I've asked him what time zone he was in because I actually didn't want to, disturb his slumbers if he was slumbering somewhere. And he's responded later in the day. And I was just drawing his attention to the article.
The information from Mr Tudge in his first response to you, going back to your statement, Exhibit 6724, page 8, identified what he described as a key methodological change we made in the July 2015, which was essentially to place a greater onus on the recipient to explain the discrepancy of data. Beyond what is recorded there about his response to the concerns raised in the article, do you recall him providing information to you in a telephone call or by other messages relating to the questions of accuracy or legality, generally speaking?
I don't recall the contents of any telephone calls, but just from looking at the WhatsApp messages, it is very likely, I think, that we were speaking and that there was a exchange that involved both telephone calls and messaging over WhatsApp.
Yes. The messages continue with Mr Tudge, but if I move I'll stay with Mr Tudge for a moment. You'll see on page 9 of your statement there is the last message sent by you on the 8th of January 2017, which refers to speaking with him Monday. Do you recall that he had indicated that he would return to Australia by the Monday which is referred to there?
I don't recall him saying he would, but I gather he did, so he probably did say that.
And do you recall, insofar as you did speak with Mr Tudge from that Monday and perhaps in the week following, whether that was in person or via telephone?
I don't recall. I just don't recall. I think it. I've checked my my diary for 2017, and the only meeting with Mr. Tudge that related to this scheme was one with Mr. Porter on the 14th of June. But I may well have spoken to him or met with him. My diary was really designed is a scheduling tool. It wasn't designed to be a sort of ex post facto record of every encounter that I had.
I understand. Can I take you to 13 January 2017, and that is on page 7 of your statement. This is a message or a series of messages exchanged with Mr. Porter, who you may recall...
and Mr. Porter, this is right. Yes, okay.
Yes,
I've got it.
Yes, Mr. Porter, who you may recall was acting for Mr. Tudge while Mr. Tudge was on leave.
Yes, that's
All right.
yes.
And Mr. Porter sent a relatively lengthy message to you on WhatsApp on the 13th of January, which indicated his observations in respect of what had developed over that period from early January through to about the 13th.
Yes, yes, that's right.
The next in the sequence of events, if I take you back to your messages with Mr. Tudge, is 18 January 2017 on page 10. And the message on 18 January 2017 is from you to Mr. Tudge, commencing, Alan, how's it going? Got a couple of questions today about it, which I hope I answered correctly. Pausing there, and can I take you to two documents for context. The first is what appears at paragraph 31 of your statement on page 6.
Yeah.
And you'll see there you set out notes prepared by the relevant minister's office and forwarded to your office for incorporation into your notes, and the date is 17 February 2017. That is the day before you send the message to Mr. Tudge indicating that you got some questions which you hoped you had answered correctly. Sorry, I've said January when it was February. It's tab 13.
Yeah, well, the party room meeting notes referred to in paragraph 31 are for 17 February 2017.
Yes.
And the question about my comments to the media that are the subject of an exchange between me and Mr. Tudge are 18 January 2017, so a month before.
Yes. I took you to the wrong tab. I ought to have taken you to tab 13 in the bundle, which is exhibit 6728.
Yes.
What appears at tab 6728 is a summary of questions you were asked by media on 17 January 2017. Commissioner, I have been provided, or rather I was provided with a complete transcript of the interview rather than just the summary, and I will tender it as exhibit 6728 capital A, so it can be inserted behind the summary which appears at tab 13.
Yes, all right, it's admitted with that number.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I actually said before that the other exhibits were admitted, but they are according to the schedule with the 2 exceptions.
Thank you. The point I was getting to, Mr. Turnbull, was the question which you raised effectively in your message to Mr. Tudge on 18 January, where you make the comment, I hope I answered correctly. Does that reflect the general process whereby your speaking notes rely upon material produced by the Department of Human Services?
Well, yeah, I think, yes. Well, let me explain. The brief that I had in January on the way the scheme was operating was informed by a brief speaking notes, if you like, that were given to me or given to my office by the relevant ministers, in this case, Mr. Tudge's office. So yes, we're briefed by them, but but I didn't read. I mean, the context, Commissioner, was a press conference at the CPO in Sydney on the 18th of January, in which I was announcing changes to the ministry. And then the press conference ensued, and then there was a question relating to what was called the Centrelink robo letters, which I answered. And some of that answer is in the press report. But I just draw your attention to this point. I say at the end, obviously it is important to make sure that the recipient gets the letter. And you've seen the measures that the Minister Alan Tudge has announced. So I was referencing the changes, which is referred to in the WhatsApps, of having the initial letter going out by registered post, so that the Centrelink or the department actually knew whether people had got the letter or not.
Did you have much confidence Mr. Tudge actually had a good grasp on what this system entailed?
Well, look, Alan Tudge, I always regarded as a technocrat. You know, he was a management consultant. He had a lot of experience. I didn't regard him as being a negligent or incompetent or careless minister. But there is a WhatsApp here where you can see on the 20th of January 2017, where I say, Alan, we need a frank assessment of what the problems are and what is happening to fix them. Are you sure your department is giving you the right advice on what is happening? So, I guess I was pressing him, Commissioner, to do his job. That was, that was what I was seeking to do.
On the 7th of January, I'm sorry.
No,
On the 7th,
please.
You go.
No, you go, Commissioner.
On 7th of January, he had assured you that it wasn't correct to say that they were simply taking the average of the income declared to ATO and applying it evenly across the 26 fortnights. But as must have become apparent to you at some stage, that's exactly what happened in many cases.
I just don't recall that, I'm afraid. Yes, my recollection is pretty much limited to what I have in the statement.
And so you were oblivious to the fact that he'd confidently declared no recovery fee was being charged, and in fact it was?
Well, I accepted what he was saying as, he was the responsible minister.
All right,
So,
thank you.
So, I mean, having said that, Commissioner, look, these WhatsApps are part of a larger universe of communication between, most of which went on between my office, the policy advisor in my office, and PM&C, and the WhatsApps, if you like, represent the direct communication between me and the ministers. But as you can see from the record, I was obviously talking a lot and communicating on WhatsApp also with my policy advisor, Kerry Pinkstone, and, if you like, tic-tacking with her about what she was doing and what she was learning.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising, though, that he'd made that statement to you that the averaging wasn't happening effectively, and it must have become apparent to you at some stage that it was, that you wouldn't find that a bit unsettling.
Well, I don't recall being unsettled by that, but I may have been. I'm sorry, I don't have an independent recollection of this episode beyond the material that I've produced.
Right, Mr. Scott, Gregory, sorry.
Mr. Turnbull, can I take you to tab 4, exhibit 4684? It was not a communication is not a communication to which you were a party. It's 7 February 2017, but it refers to that is, it's a communication within persons in the Department of Human Services, but it refers to information provided to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet on 7 January, that is a month earlier. And the third paragraph commencing the methodology is the relevant one. It asserts, firstly, that the method for assessing and calculating a debt has not changed, and that averaging is only used where a customer does not provide the detailed information, and continues. Do you have any recollection of being informed about that fact in early January?
No, I don't. I mean, I have very little recollection independent of the documentary materials that I've produced.
All right, thank you. And if I move then to the 3rd of March, exhibit 3671, it's behind tab 16, Mr. Turnbull.
Yeah.
Thank you. This was a letter, or is a letter sent by Mr. Tudge and Mr. Porter to you. It is dated on the third page, .09473, March 2017. It refers to various aspects of the automated system, and on the first page in the paragraph under the redaction, it refers to the targeting of compliance actions for certain Centrelink recipients, the anomalies identified in Australian Taxation Office and Department of Human Services data sets, but doesn't specifically refer to the way in which those anomalies were used to allege debts. Do you recall, beyond what is put in this letter, and I appreciate the answer you just gave, whether in any meetings with Mr. Tudge and Mr. Porter in March or subsequently referred specifically to the question of averaging?
No, I do not recall that. As I've said in my statement, I have no doubt this letter was shown to me and I would have read it when it was shown to me or given to me, but I don't recall it today.
Can I take you to page 3 of the document, Mr. Turnbull?
Yes.
At the first paragraph, there is a reference to Data 61 at the CSIRO and the Digital Transformation Agency. At least one of your WhatsApp messages, I think, to Mr Tudge referred to the Digital Transformation Agency. Do you recall prompting Mr Tudge and Mr Porter towards having someone outside of the department look at the process or the scheme generally?
Yes, I certainly recommended them to talk to the DTA, the Digital Transformation Agency. I gather Mr Tudge has said in his evidence to the Commission that I also encouraged them to talk to Data 61. I don't recall doing so, but it would have been consistent with the approach I had. I mean, I established. I was involved in the restructuring of the entity that became Data 61, but I actually established DTA, from de novo, if you like, when I was Communications Minister. So I had a strong interest in that area, and I also believed that government should be providing these sourcing this sort of digital expertise in-house rather than constantly going out to consultants and develop the skills within government, hence establishing that agency. So yes, it may well be. I definitely recommended the DTA. It's in the WhatsApp. I may well have recommended Data 61 as well. They've got complementary capabilities, I would say, that they overlap. They do different things.
And if I can take you to the last paragraph on that page, it is the dot point which commences, "We will pursue." It refers to the engagement of PricewaterhouseCoopers. Pausing there, PwC falls into that category of external consultant that is outside the government, to which you just referred, I think, as one category.
Yeah, it would. I mean, I've got nothing against PricewaterhouseCoopers or consultants, per se, but I suspect way beyond your area of interest, but there is a problem which I sought to address in government with what are actually core responsibilities of government, the public service, being outsourced to consultants, which has the consequence of effectively de-skilling the public service. I mean, that was why I set up an inquiry into the public service, which David Thodey chaired. That was one of the issues we're seeking to address. So it is consultants have their place, but you've got to make sure you've got a strong skill base in your APS.
Do you recall ever being briefed in respect of information generated by PwC in respect of the scheme through early 2017?
No, I do not.
Right. You refer in your statement to, I think, a general awareness, but correct me if I've misunderstood, that the online compliance intervention program and its variants were line items relatively consistently in the budget throughout successive years. Would it be unusual if PwC addressed questions of the achievability of budget measures in their consultancy engagement for?
I think they would. I don't know what the terms of their engagement were, but they could be called upon to give advice on the achievability of financial targets. Yes.
And if that was the case, they did address that in their material. Would it be surprising to you for briefs of that nature to make their way to at least your office?
Well, look, I mean, a lot of information comes into the Prime Minister's office. I simply don't know whether a brief from PricewaterhouseCoopers did or not, but it wouldn't surprise me if it didn't. At any given time, government departments are getting, enormous amount of consulting work done and advice given, you can't all be shoveled into the Prime Minister's office.
Thank you, Commissioner Nafford.
I've just got one thing I want to ask you about. The Digital Transformation Office it started out as was in existence at the time this system was set up. And given that it involved an automated program which relied heavily on that automation, would that not have been appropriate for the Digital Transformation Office to be involved in?
Well, yes, Commissioner, it would have been. There was in the public service, and I'm sure you've seen this in your career, there is a lot of turf protection going on. And what I was endeavouring to do, actually modelled on an experience in the UK, frankly, was to establish an agency that would provide top quality digital services advice to make it easy for citizens to engage with government. My goal was it should be as easy to deal with the Commonwealth Government as it is to, buy something on eBay or Amazon. That's got to be the goal. And so we set up the DTO, I think it was called the DTO initially, became the DTA agency, to provide that advice across government. But departments and agencies were often very, very, resentful of that because they all wanted to do their own thing. They all wanted, and of course the problem was you'd have, a dozen different departments all creating websites and online portals from the ground up. Whereas if you have a whole of government approach, you can do a much better job. But human nature being what it is, it was often difficult to achieve that. So the answer is I don't know whether the DTO was involved in the online compliance program. Just don't know.
It certainly wasn't, and the program was amateurish, rushed and disastrous. When you became Prime Minister, did you do anything to try and compel departments to engage the DTO or DTA as it became?
The DTA was given greater authority once I became Prime Minister, but it was there was often, they had more success with some departments and some agencies than they did with others. So we'd have to see what particular engagement they had. They certainly had the ability to do that, but a lot of these problems are essentially cultural, and they're human problems.
Okay, I suppose what I was asking you was who called the shots on that? The DTA couldn't walk into a department and ask to be engaged in its program, presumably?
No, not really. I mean, it had to be done. It had to be, it needed leadership with good interpersonal skills to build confidence to get involved. And I think they did well in some areas and were not successful in others. And there were leadership issues with the DTA. The first chief executive.
Okay, I probably don't need that level of detail.
Yeah,
Thanks,
sure.
Mr. Turnbull.
Okay.
Anything arising out of that?
Yes, I have one further question. Mr. Turnbull, from the time that there was public criticism in respect of the scheme in January 2017, of course, the scheme continued while you were Prime Minister until 24 August 2018. Are you able to say that you were provided with any greater assurance during that period of time to what had been provided to you by Minister Tudge or Minister Porter or their successors through to August 2018?
There were a number of changes made that are referred to that happened beginning from January 2017, and that were the consequence of the intervention or the concerns, the questions, raised by me and my office, and they were essentially to slow the program down, obviously to make sure that people actually got the initial query letters. As you can see from from the WhatsApps, there is, look, I did not turn my mind to the legality of the program. It never occurred to us that it was unauthorised, and in fact, I know in this bundle you have a redacted version of Scott Morrison's cab sub, presumably from 2014 or thereabouts, in which it is expressly stated that AGS is advised on the legality of the scheme and no legislation is required. So Cabinet was told that it was lawful in the sense it was consistent with the legislation. But you can see from the message of mine to Mr. Tudge on the 7th of January 2017 at 2018-25, I'm, saying there must be a way of dealing with those cases where it is hard or unreasonably hard to find the facts. And I go on and talk about making sure that the program operates in a fair way. So my concern was essentially accuracy and fairness. That was what we were trying. That was a concern from me and my office. We didn't turn our mind to legality or lawfulness because we'd assumed that was as it had been represented.
Can I just take you then to the redacted Cabinet submission, Mr.
Sure.
Turnbull, Exhibit 2022. It's behind tab 22.
Yes, I have it.
Thank you. The due diligence checklist appears on the very last page. There is a question in the Commission about how parts 2.0, 2.1 and 2.2 would be understood by Ministers of Cabinet. Your answer suggested that you understood what is conveyed there to be a statement, but that the AGS has advised on the question of legality. Is that how you...
Yes, absolutely. Well, you couldn't read it any other way. Because the way the answer, yes, exactly, and if the answer to 2.2 had been, is legislation required? Yes, then obviously the minister would have to bring in legislation into the Parliament to provide the requisite authority.
As with all budget measures, there is a question about the executive's authority for the expenditure component of a budget measure. In this particular case, the measure involved not necessarily the expenditure by way of budget allocation to departments for the scheme, but also the critical aspect of it being the recovery of monies from citizens alleged to amount to overpayments. Do you see any distinction between those two questions of legislative authority in that a part of the due diligence checklist?
No, well, I mean, the authority to spend money is given to the government by the appropriation legislation. So that, that happens every year. So you always need legislation to do that. These questions here are directed to the new policy proposal or the NPP. And so that's a very clear representation to the Cabinet that the AGS has looked at this. They've assessed whether it's constitutional. They've assessed whether it has legislative authority. They provide that advice to Finance. And so hasn't just gone to the department. So the Finance Minister's had it provided to him or to his department. And the representation is, or assurance is, that new legislation is not required. So it's pretty clear what it says.
And does it follow then that and I appreciate you were unlikely to be an attendee at the Expenditure Review Committee on 25 March 2015 when this NPP was considered. But if it follows that the AGS had not advised on the lawfulness of the scheme insofar as it sought to recover alleged debts, that would mislead members of Cabinet into thinking the opposite, what appears there.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it is, you know, we don't, I don't need to labour this point. It's very clear what it says. It says the AGS has looked at it and said it's constitutional and you have the authority under the relevant legislation to do it. And we've given a copy of that advice to Finance.
2 points. Assuming it is about recovery of money, the proposal is devoid of any reference to averaging, so you'd have no comfort that AGS was advising in relation to that, surely.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of this has been redacted, and I wasn't.
Nothing about the Robodebt scheme has been redacted, I can assure you.
Well, and if averaging is the key issue, then it may be, Commissioner, that the AGS had not advised on that.
And secondly,
I don't know. I mean, you presumably have access to whatever advice AGS gave the relevant department at the time.
and secondly, in relation to this confidence about the advice, I think it was on 1st of January 2017, a proposal to expand the tax garnishee measure was supposed to take effect, having been through precisely this process, but couldn't when somebody appreciated that it was contrary to the Social Security Act in respect of people with whom there was a payment arrangement. So there was an example right there where legality couldn't be assumed. You weren't aware of that?
No, I don't. I'm certainly not aware of that now. I don't recall it.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Nothing further.
Ms. Hogan-Doran.
Thank you, Commissioner. No questions for Mr Turnbull.
Thank you. Mr Horton.
No questions for my witness, Your Honour.
Right. Mr Gregory, do you want Mr Turnbull excused?
Yes, if Mr Turnbull can be excused, thank you.
Thanks, Mr Turnbull. You're excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, can I correct what might be a misunderstanding in respect of the constitutional risk advices on the tender list? Exhibit 2192 capital A, I think, is a new version of a partly redacted document which is already in evidence, and I assumed it was the document tendered, I think, in hearing block 2. So I don't tender 2192A either. So those three which appear in sequence are the exceptions to the tender bundle.
All right, I'll remove that from the list. 2192A comes off the list of tendered exhibits.
Commissioner, I'm grateful for my friend's clarification.
The next witness is Ms Sara Samios, and I appear with Ms Marsh.
Mr Horton, did you have any further interest in anything? Or?
I may have an interest, and I only put it that highly in respect of two witnesses later in the day.
Sure.
Might I remain for those, and might I excuse myself?
You come and go as you please.
I'm grateful, thank you.
Ms Samios, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
All right, thank you.
Your response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, take a seat, thanks.
Thank you. Can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Sara Samios.
And Ms Samios, you were served with a notice to produce a statement marked NTP-0153 and the statement the notice referred to was a statement by you dated 28 February 2023.
Yes.
And that sequence reflects the fact that you prepared your statement in anticipation of a notice.
I did.
In respect of a statement. Yes, thank you. As paragraph 1 indicates, you currently hold the position of First Assistant Secretary for the Administrative Review Task Force in the Attorney General's Department.
Yes.
And in 2017, that is early 2017, you were the Acting Assistant Secretary leading the Office of the Legal Services Coordination in the Civil Justice Policy and Programs Division of the Attorney General's Department.
That's right.
And in that capacity, you had reason to come into contact with the Department of Human Services in respect of a debt recovery scheme carried out by that department, which received adverse media attention.
That's right.
The Commission has so far heard evidence from Mr Michael Johnson, who currently holds the head role with the OLSC, and his evidence included a file note of a recent discussion with you in respect of a conversation you had with Ms Annette Musolino in about January 2017. Before we come to the detail of that, can you identify that, as between you and Ms Musolino, who was more senior in the public service, generally speaking?
Ms Musolino was more senior.
And can you describe your level of seniority or your relative level of seniority?
So I was an acting senior executive service officer band 1, and she was a substantive senior executive service officer band 2.
Does that mean your substantive position was lower than a band 1?
That's right. I was a substantive executive level 2 officer.
I see. What was it about the media attention which caught, in January 2017, which caught the attention of OLSC?
The volume, I think, was one aspect, and also that there were a range of comments from legal assistance providers and other lawyers, I think, in relation to what they were seeing.
As we understand, OLSC cannot compel the department to provide a significant issues report. Is that right?
That would be my understanding.
But it can use a range of prompts to encourage a department to provide a report.
That's right.
And what is the consequence of a report to OLSC about a significant issue?
Broadly speaking, it brings it on the officer's radar to consider those issues, consider whether there are aspects that ought to be elevated, consider whether there are aspects that may have broader Commonwealth implications, such that potentially a range of agencies ought to be brought into a discussion about it, and would also have the consequence that any related claims or litigation couldn't be settled without approval from the Attorney General or the Attorney General's delegate under paragraph 3.2.
And you're referring there to the legal services directions
That's
which
right.
were in force at the time.
Yes.
And that provides a measure of control by ultimately the Attorney General in respect of any litigation which might be on foot or might soon be on foot.
That's right.
Does it require litigation to be on foot for a significant issue in the provision of legal services to arise?
No.
Paragraph 3 of the Legal Services Direction draws attention to a number of features which might either individually or cumulatively attract the description of significant. What about the concept of legal services per se? Does that include the provision of advice?
Well, certainly legal services includes the provision of advice, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that that would itself raise a significant legal issue, absent claims or litigation.
Right. You have a volume of material before you there. Can I take you to tab 5, Exhibit 6734. It is an email trail involving yourself, Ms Fontatoff, and others on 5 January 2017. Was this, I think 5 January 2017, was this the first point in time in which OLSC became aware in the sense that it started documenting some of the media criticism in respect of the scheme?
No, I think it was the 4th of January. I think there's an email from the 4th of January which reflects a compilation by a summer intern of a range of matters, and that this is supplementary to those matters.
Yes, you're quite right. Sorry, tab 15, Exhibit 6744. A lengthy email trail commencing with an email from Ms Melrose, 4 January 2017, at 1:35 p.m. Now those features, which are identified by various subheadings on pages 3, 4 and 5, that is .6208 through to .6210, would you say they are useful guides to OLSC and ultimately a department about what might be or become significant matters in respect of legal services with which the department was then engaged?
Sorry, I'm not sure I followed the question, Councillor.
There are highlightings, the headings, debt recovery system, controversy, use of external debt collection agencies, ministers' comments and official web pages. The first 3 deal with, I suggest, topics which might be regarded as significant or attract that description under Section 3 of the Legal Services Direction.
I'm not sure that that's how those headings would have been designed. I think they were more by way of a way to arrange the information, although certainly I can see some links between some of those headings and what you might be looking for in paragraph 3.
And indeed, undoubtedly, because this was a document generated within OLSC, the author's mind was turned to the question of whether the media criticism in respect of the online compliance intervention program gave rise to a significant issue in the provision of legal services.
That's right.
Yes. Ultimately, the email is sent to you on the same day, and that started a process whereby the office considered in anticipation what steps it might take to get more information from the department.
That's right.
With a view to arriving at a conclusion about whether or not the department should report OCI as a matter which gave rise to significant issues.
Yes.
Things progressed then for a period of days or perhaps a couple of weeks, and would you agree that it reached the point whereby it was considered appropriate either by you or other people within your office whom you oversaw that the department be invited to submit a draft report so that that information process could begin?
Yes.
And is it the case that that request for a draft report was not sent?
And it wasn't sent by email, no.
Was it communicated in any other way?
It was communicated by me verbally to Ms Mussolino.
Right. Now, your statement refers to, I think, interactions with Ms Mussolino prior to January 2017 in respect of another significant issue. How long had you known Ms Mussolino?
I'm unsure. I know that there was a matter in those 2 months directly prior to January, so the November-December period, there was a matter that we did work on together, but I believe I also would have dealt with her in relation to my previous role as the head of the Secretary's Review of Commonwealth Legal Services. So but I spoke to a lot of people in that role. It wouldn't have been a particularly close working relationship, more in the way of consultation as I had with all General Counsel at the time.
You referred to, I think, the Secretary's Review of Commonwealth Legal Services. Which Secretary are you referring to there?
That's the Attorney General's Secretary of the time, Chris Moratis.
Is that in language that at least I'm familiar with, the Secretary of the Attorney General's Department? And that review involved a number of matters related to the way in which the Commonwealth departments individually provided legal services?
Yes.
And in that context, you came into contact with Ms. Mussolino?
I don't have a direct recollection of it, but I think it is likely because I spoke to basically every General Counsel in the departments.
I see. And when was that review undertaken?
It commenced in July 2015 and was substantively finalised at the end of 2016, although I don't think it was published for some time after that.
Okay. You refer to Ms. Melrose, the author of the 4 January 2017 email, as a summer intern. I take it that one of the roles of OLSC was to keep an eye on what might be happening independently of what departments reported
Yes.
to OLSC, so that it could preempt or anticipate matters which might develop into the category covered by Section 3 of the Legal Services Directions.
It was a broad broad and loose monitoring function, so it wasn't something we could spend a lot of time on. We didn't have time to spend a lot of time on it, but certainly if matters popped up in our media reporting or in the main headlines, we would pick them up.
You refer in an email, Ms. Fox refers in an email dated 18 January 2017 to a watching brief on the media. Can you explain what that means?
In a general sense, my recollection of what we meant by that at the time was that there had been a few things in the media suggesting that litigation may be commenced or claims may be made, and we were continuing to monitor to see if that developed.
That is, watching what might be said publicly in the media?
Yes.
Was any contact made with the media department of the Department of Human Services in respect of their public media statements? And I might take you to that document. It is tab 13, exhibit 6742. Where an email from Ms. Fox to Ms. Vontetov, dated 18 January 2017, is forwarded to you. The last paragraph refers to not drafting a sub at the moment, but we've got a watching brief for reference in the significant issue context, and we'll work with DSS as appropriate in that regard. The paragraph concludes that the issue would be parked for now. Is that the issue in respect of requesting a draft report from the department?
I can't speak to what was in Ms. Fox's mind when she wrote this, but if I read it, I think she is referring to the issue of legal assistance branches' engagement with OLSC on the question, as opposed to the office having parked the issue.
And the reference in the second paragraph commencing, Brad noted there seemed to be a few options. And now Mr. Smith was at the legal assistance branch.
Yes.
How do we understand what is referred to there by the role that the legal assistance branch might take in respect of what OLSC was doing in monitoring DHS?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I followed your question.
The email communicates that Mr Smith contacted OLSC
Yes.
in respect of earlier issues which have been raised in relation to the OLSC's awareness of potential issues with DHS. What role does the legal assistance branch have in respect of what OLSC was doing?
So the legal assistance branch is responsible for funding and policy issues related to a range of legal assistance programs, and particularly in this instance, legal aid and community legal centres. OLSC had noticed that certainly, I can't now recall specifically which legal assistance providers, but that legal assistance providers were among those who had been publicly raising issues. And in my experience, that sometimes also means that issues might be raised with the branch in AGD, the legal assistance branch in AGD, about concerns, whether it's about funding or other matters that might be impacted by a new kind of area of significant litigation. And we had sought to establish whether there was anything of that nature in legal assistance branch with a view to AGD internally being linked up in its consideration of relevant issues.
To your recollection or knowledge from review of the documents, had anyone in the Attorney General's department that is outside the legal assistance branch or OLSC been notified of a potential significant issue?
Not to my knowledge.
And in your role, I take it you were the most senior person at that time in OLSC?
Yes.
And if there had been a notification to the Attorney General's office, for example, even informally, you would be aware of it?
To the best of that would be most likely, yes.
We move then to 19 January 2017. Can I take you to tab 4, Ms Samios, Exhibit 6733? The first email in the trail seems to be the one at the top of the page, is that right?
It does, although I'm not sure that, I think there's something going wrong with the dates on that, but yes, beyond that, yes.
Well, if the dates are incorrect, then maybe it is the second email in the page, which is the first.
I don't think so. I think for some reason this document looks like it was sent on Thursday, even though it's replying to emails that were sent on Friday. I don't know why that's the case.
Okay. But at least in terms of content, is the first email one from Tamsin Harvey to you? Hi Sarah, I see GetUp is looking at legal options on the middle one?
That's the earlier email, yes.
Yes, all right. And she asks, have we heard anything further from DHS? You see that?
Yes.
Now, at that point in time, was there... there had been communications with people within OLSC and DHS, I think as early as 6 or 7 January 2017.
6 January, yes.
6 January. And the indication from persons within DHS was that there was no significant issue in the provision of legal services.
Yes.
And the concern of OLSC was that that may be too narrow a view of the definition of a significant issue within Section 3 of the Legal Services Direction.
Yes.
And was that because the effect of what was communicated from those at DHS was that there's no litigation on foot per se?
I didn't have those conversations. From the email, I'm not sure it's as clear as that, but certainly it was clear that they said that they considered there were no significant legal issues as against, I think, operational type issues.
All right. I'll take you then to tab 26. Exhibit 5314. The email trail starts on, it seems, 5 January and continues all the way through and gets to you on 6 January 2017 and then continues over to page 1 that you say, I think in an email to Ms Vondertoff, I'm a bit concerned by DHS analysis of whether there is a significant legal issue here. What were you referring to, if not to the fact that there was no litigation apparently on foot at the time?
So I think further down in the email, I had said that DHS was focusing on whether any specific legal issues that have crystallised in this space are significant from a technical perspective.
And that view that you had at that point was what ultimately led to the draft of the request for a draft report?
That's my best understanding from reviewing the materials.
And if we go back to tab 4, exhibit 6733, the draft request for the draft report appears to be what you refer to in your email in response to the email from Ms Harvey. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And you indicate, whether it be the 19th of January or the 20th of January, that you were planning to send that email by close of business that day.
Yes.
And it's likely it was the 20th of January.
Yes.
Commissioner Guy, can I just say we accept it's the 20th of January. The version I've got is 20 January. I have no idea why that one's 19.
Thank you.
And the draft of the request is behind tab 27. Ms Samios.
Yes.
In the terms set out there, it seems that it was forwarded to you the previous Friday afternoon, or Friday morning.
Yes.
Sorry, exhibit 5316. Now, at that time, according to exhibit 5316, Friday 13 January, it was understood by OLSC, as it says in the first sentence, that Paul Menzies McVeigh was the point of contact,
Yes.
as he was acting chief counsel at that time to the knowledge of OLSC.
Yes.
Okay. And so if we move then to a week later, do you recall whether you sent the draft request for, that is, converted it to a final request for a draft report?
I don't believe that I did.
Now, do you think that was because you were particularly busy that day or because the communication with Ms Musolino occurred that day?
I don't believe the communication with Ms Musolino occurred that day.
And as I read your statement, correct me if I'm wrong, does it communicate that the conversation you recall having with Ms Musolino had not occurred at this point in time?
I'm confident that's right.
Right. And so it must have been at some point after this exchange, but you say unlikely on the 20th, but following that the conversation occurred with Ms Musolino?
Yes.
And at least according to the file note made by Mr Johnson of his conversation with you about the conversation with Ms Musolino, is it correct to conclude that you made no record of the conversation with Ms Musolino?
I can't find a record of the conversation, so I think that means it's likely I didn't make a formal record.
In any event, your review of the document shows that there was no request for a draft report communicated
In writing?
in writing to the Department of Human Services for at least January and following, and I say that because you stepped out of the role at some point.
Yes.
And for the period you were in the role, no request for a draft report in writing was sent.
That's my best recollection, yeah.
Can you now recall how the conversation commenced with Ms Musolino?
When you say commenced,
Did she phone you? Did you phone her?
I don't recall. I think I instigated it. Whether I called her directly or requested a time, I'm unsure.
And when you say you instigated it, what was on your mind in instigating it?
I had continuing concern about the issue. I was aware that there was significant nervousness in human services about the issues, and I thought it would be worthwhile to speak to Ms Musolino about the issue and about our desire for some material in advance of sending a request.
Your reference to nervousness, is that a reference to the information conveyed in early January that senior persons in the department had an interest in the scheme, and if OLSC made an inquiry, it wouldn't be possible to respond without briefing the Secretary of the department?
Yes, and in addition that they had in fact notified the Acting Secretary that we had made inquiries.
Right. Now, the use of the word nervousness, do you use that in a different sense to sensitivity?
Sensitivity, sure.
Right. Did you get the impression, though, that someone was concerned about OLSC's inquiries?
I think that was conveyed to us in the conversation with Mr Menzies McVeigh and Mr Robinson.
Right. And so you wish to initiate communication or discussion with Ms Musolino. Did you do that with a view to letting her know that the request was coming, or for the purpose of adopting an alternative means of getting the information?
I can't recall directly, but my best assumption is that I thought that I would talk to her in advance of sending the request, rather than instead of sending the request.
Okay. So whether you booked an appointment with her for a telephone call or you picked up the phone, it otherwise occurred over the telephone?
Yes.
And what do you recall was said?
In broad terms, I conveyed that we had continuing interest in the matter, that we had seen further reporting that suggested legal issues may arise, and indicating that we intended to seek their assistance to provide some information to allow us to understand the issues better, whether in the form of a draft report, or in form of some form of advice that might have been provided that we might be able to use to read in.
What do you recall, if anything, of what Ms Musolino said on the call?
I have a very specific memory of Ms Musolino telling me there were no legal issues, and as such, there was nothing that could be reported to OLSC.
How long did the phone call take?
I can't say precisely. I think it was a few minutes.
Beyond those words that were said, did you get any impression about the department's position?
So I certainly pressed on the question of whether any advice existed or when any report ought to be sent, because I was surprised by the answer. My recollection was that it was conveyed that the Secretary would want to be advised if we were seeking more material or any material from
Ms Musolino said
Ms Musolino's Secretary. But I just qualify that statement that because of what had come before, in terms of the existing reference to the Secretary, I can't exclude the possibility that I've somewhat conflated those aspects of the conversation.
Why is that significant or relevant to the question of whether a department reports something or provides information to OLSC. That is, what does it matter whether it has to be, the Secretary has to be told that this information is being sent to OLSC?
In a sense, it doesn't matter.
Right.
But it indicates a degree of sensitivity in the agency to external involvement.
Did that have any impact, the reference to the DHS Secretary, on anything you said during the call?
As I said, because I'm not 100% confident whether that was in advance or subsequently, I can't be sure. Certainly, it would have increased the risks associated with pushing for a report in circumstances where we had been told that there were no legal issues.
I'll come back to the question of risk shortly, but did Ms Musolino indicate they'd obtained advice or answer your question?
My understanding was that it was a matter of the impression I was left with was it was a matter of long-standing practice and there was not specific advice in this instance because it wasn't necessary.
What risks might there be where OLSC is asking for information and the Secretary of the Department has to be briefed if that's to occur, or at least that's communicated?
I mean, the only real risk there is a practical and a workload risk for OLSC, that if there were strong pushback to OLSC, we would have probably lost a fair bit of time in providing additional briefing, as was sometimes the case if someone was pushing back very hard on a request. But in a sense, I think, for me at that time, I didn't think it was a determinative issue, that what was determinative was that there were no legal issues.
Does the pushback, as you describe it, from Ms Musolino only increase the concerns that you held? That is, why is the department pushing back harder here in circumstances where it doesn't have an advice and the media interest is very significant?
Not necessarily, because I understood there were a range of other significant problems with the scheme that may not have been legal problems.
Were you aware of the question of averaged data used to calculate alleged debts which had been raised in the media consistently?
I believe I was broadly aware of that question.
And so there's no ambiguity about it. Was it your position that the concept of an implemented debt recovery scheme necessarily involved legal services by the department?
I don't know that it was.
Are you saying then that it was only if the department gave advice in respect of the implementation of a debt recovery scheme that it fell within the concept of legal services?
In a sense, almost everything that every government agency does, in some sense, is enabled by some form of legislation. So we need to step back a little from that when we think about where OLSC's responsibilities kick in.
Were you surprised when when Ms Musolino said there was no legal issue here?
I was very surprised.
Did you express your surprise to her?
I believe I asked questions to test that based on what we had seen publicly.
And were those questions also based on your perception that the concept of legal issue or significant issue was misunderstood by those within the department who had been in contact with the OLSC?
I don't recall if exactly in those terms, but that was certainly the nature of the sorts of questions that I put to her.
Is what you're conveying that the answers given by Ms Musolino to your questions in this short phone call were sufficient to cause you to not send the request for a draft report?
They made it clear to me that sending a request for a draft report would not lead to provision of specific material, but rather an advice in the form that there were no legal issues.
That is, it was a futile exercise.
I think, yeah, at that time it would not have elicited any further material of use to us.
Mr. Johnson gave evidence about various methods of prompts or encouragements that might be given to a department where they're pushing back on the question, but OLSC has reached at least a preliminary view that there might be an issue that needs to be reported. Did you consider engaging the Attorney General's department to provide a prompt?
So I don't follow.
Apart from sending a request which you thought might be futile, did you consider doing anything else which might prompt a response at a higher level?
I don't recall specifically.
Apart from references which progressively become less frequent in OLSC documents to which you've referred, it appears that effectively the issue had been taken off the table as one that OLSC was invested in pursuing following this conversation.
I wouldn't agree with that.
What did you do then to pursue the question?
So there was continuing monitoring, and we had also asked our summer intern to consider if there were any particular legal questions. So taking a step back, as I noted in my statement, I had a residual concern that if there were no issues on its face with the legislation, which I had to take Ms Mussolino's view on that because we had no separate expertise on that question, that there may have been other avenues that might have been more creative to bring a legal claim. And I asked the team to have a look at whether there was anything in the media reporting that might draw that out. And there's also some further reference to media reporting in that early February period.
What potential legal issues were identified, if any, following your request?
I'm not aware of what arose beyond that point.
The Commission has evidence that Ms Mussolino was provided with an advice from one of her counsel on 23 January 2017, which indicated that there was a question at least about whether debts could be raised using average data. Upon the provision of that advice, if you were aware of it, would that unequivocally put this question into the significant issues category?
Yes, I think so. At least if not formally, at least informally would require a conversation to discuss further.
And in that sense, OLSC relies on the department to start that conversation.
In the absence of material that we're aware of, we rely on a department to identify that for us.
The appearance of the sequence of events suggests this conversation with Ms Mussolino was relatively significant, certainly more significant than the conversations the department had with Mr Menzies McVeigh and Mr Robinson on 6 January. Would you agree with that?
I would see them all as part of a single continuum of communication, but certainly that conversation was of some significance.
It would have been easy for you to either write a self-serving email to Ms Mussolino saying thank you for your time on the phone and your advice that the matter doesn't give rise to any significant legal issues or significant issues in the provision of legal services, and we'll continue to assist if you request it, something like that.
Sorry.
It wouldn't have been hard for you to send an email to that effect, would it?
In the abstract, yes, that would not have been a difficult thing to do.
And in the abstract, it wouldn't have been difficult to say to Ms Musolino, well, thank you for that. Would you just mind sending me an email to that effect?
That would also be a possibility, yeah.
Why in the abstract? Why not in practice?
I think I refer to my statement. There are many, many things happening at that time, and there are a whole range of things which we were very careful to capture, but the kind of ongoing conversations with agencies about whether or not something might arise were probably captured less frequently and often handled by way of a kind of conversation, as a continuing conversation.
It would take 2 minutes to type an email to say just confirming what we just discussed, wouldn't it?
It would.
Instead, you have this decision not to proceed undocumented. I've got to make credit findings about you and Ms Mussolino. All because nobody will, well, certainly not put pen to paper, but finger to keyboard.
Sorry, I didn't follow that.
Your failure to document what was a decision not to proceed at a time when there was plenty of controversy about this issue means that nobody knows for sure what happened, and we're relying on your recall now, Ms Mussolino's recall now.
I understand that.
Okay.
Apart from being busy and having other things going on, you accept, of course, that you initiated a communication and took the time to do that in the context where you'd been prompted by one of your staff about whether you'd heard anything from OLSC and a draft had been prepared. You were taking time to deal with the issue, is the point.
Yes.
So busyness alone doesn't seem to be an adequate reason to not spend a minute or two sending an email or asking for an email to be sent to you, does it?
I accept that.
So what was it that stopped you from doing it?
Nothing specifically stopped me from doing it. I communicated the outcome to the team verbally, would be my assumption, and they continued on that basis.
Were you intimidated by Ms Mussolino? Did you feel pressured by her to stop what you were doing?
I don't think I felt intimidated by Ms Mussolino, but I probably felt a degree of concern about the level of seniority of interest from the other agency.
What do you mean by that?
I think, as I alluded to before, the work that we were doing in OLSC was involving a lot of different agencies, and the things that were most time-consuming and most difficult to manage were where agencies were taking issue with OLSC's role as a whole.
Sorry, are you saying that this interaction fell into that category in the sense that it might become a time-consuming exercise to press the department for more information?
No, I don't think I meant that.
Right. Well, you said earlier that the potential involvement of the Secretary wasn't particularly relevant. So I'm just trying to understand what you mean when you say the concern related to the work that OLSC was doing involving agencies which took issue with OLSC's role. What's the relationship there if it's not increased workload?
Sorry, I'm having trouble following.
Yes, I just don't understand your answer. If you're not intimidated by Ms Mussolino, but you say you're concerned about it being raised to the Secretary level within DHS, but you earlier say, well, that is not particularly relevant to whether there's a significant issue or not.
It's not.
What does that answer have to do with why you might not document it?
It has nothing to do with why I might not document it.
Okay. So can you provide any reason then why you didn't take the 2 minutes to document it?
I have no specific reason.
Thank you. Nothing further.
You appreciate Miss Mussolino doesn't accept the conversation happened as you say now?
I'm not aware of what evidence Ms Mussolino has given.
Was that your general practice, not to document outcomes of dealings with agencies like this?
Not in a general sense. It would depend on the issue. As I saw this more as a point in a kind of evolving issue at that point in time, I think, rather than a final endpoint.
All right. Why not go to DSS? They're supposed to be in charge of the legislation. Why not ask them what's going on?
I appreciate that now. I wasn't particularly familiar with the relationship between those agencies and responsibility between them. And it was not uncommon that we would take an issue to one agency only to be told that it was in fact a different agency, whether a portfolio agency or the like. But that would have to be drawn to our attention, and I'm confident it was not in this instance.
All right.
There is a reference to DSS in the email from Ms Fox to Ms Fontatoff on the 18th of January 2017.
I saw that.
Yes.
I think that that's a misunderstanding. Ms Fox was less involved, is my recollection, so I think that was a misunderstanding on her part.
But you were aware that Minister Porter was making public statements in early January 2017 as the Minister for DSS?
Yes.
Okay. For completeness, were you intimidated by the seniority of Ms Campbell?
No.
Okay.
Ms Hogan-Doran, do you have any questions?
Commissioner, by way of assistance to you, Ms Samios, you gave some evidence, but a consideration for you at the time, and I want to understand if that was generally or specifically in relation to the conversation with Ms Mussolino, was that what was most time-consuming and most difficult to manage was when agencies took issue with OLSC's role. Could you just expand or explain what you meant when you referred to that?
Sure. I can think of a few instances not relating to DHS or DSS, but where agencies made an issue of the scope of OLSC's responsibilities and powers, and that tended to be a significant effort requiring a lot of work and a lot of senior work to deal with their concerns, but in a way that maintained the integrity of the directions and the directions reporting arrangements.
So you've indicated that that's an instant not relating to DHS or DSS, but was that a consideration at the time when you were dealing with Ms Mussolino in terms of the request you put to her?
It was a matter I was generally aware of as a concern for OLSC in the way we engage with other agencies.
Did that concern, to your recollection, affect the way in which OLSC under your leadership continued to monitor the issues concerning DHS and the media?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Did that concern, do you recall whether that concern affected in any way the way in which OLSC continued to monitor the issues concerning DHS following your conversation with Ms Mussolino?
Not in relation to that matter specifically, although I did allude to in my statement to an incident in mid-February, which was a general issue in relation to around trust between OLSC and a range of other agencies that was a real damper on our ability to seek forward-leaning reporting from agencies for a period of time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
What's forward-leaning reporting?
Sorry, I appreciate that's probably some public service speak. What I mean by that is agencies being willing to provide information where they're not confident that there is a significant issue, but they're willing to assist us to work to understand it better and to work with it in circumstances where they had felt that there was a genuine, that information provided by them in confidence in other contexts had been released without their agreement. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd never have guessed that. Anything?
Nothing arising. Might Ms Samios be excused?
Yes. Thanks, Ms Samios. You're excused. We'll take the morning break until midday.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 12 p.m. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Mr Scott.
Commissioner, may it please, I appear with Ms Berry for the balance of today's proceedings. At the outset, can I tender the balance of the exhibits on the list, commencing with Exhibit 6756 through to Exhibit 6848.
Right. Those items are admitted with the numbers they bear in the schedule.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I understand that continues to exclude Exhibit 6721 and 6722, where it appears under Mr McNamara's materials on page 7 of your exhibit list.
Yes, that's right. We're only starting at 6756 on this lot. Yes.
Commissioner, I call Kristen Foster.
Yes. Ms Foster, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
Okay, please stand.
Your response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat. Yes, Mr Scott.
Commissioner. Mr Foster, sorry, beg your pardon. Ms Foster, could you please inform the Commission your full name?
Kristen Nicole Foster.
And were you provided a notice to give a statement and produce documents dated the 16th of February 2023?
Yes, I was.
And you produced a statement in response to that notice dated the 25th of February 2023?
Yes, I did.
And did you produce a supplementary statement in response to that notice dated the 5th of March 2023?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Are the contents... Is it the case you have a correction to make to paragraph 13 of your supplementary statement, Ms Foster?
Do I have a correction to make?
Yes.
Mr Scott? I refer to paragraph 81.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding. Are you referring to paragraph 13 in my supplementary statement, and if I wish to correct paragraph 13?
Yes. We understand that the reference to paragraph 81 in paragraph 13 should be a reference to paragraph 82.
Yes, Mr. Scott, that is correct. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Are your statements otherwise true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Now, Ms Foster, you presently hold the position of Chief Information Officer in the Queensland State Government.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Previously, from around 2012, you held various roles at the Department of Human Services.
Yes, I did.
One of those roles, is this right, between 2nd of February 2017 and August 2017, you were the Director, Integrity Modernisation in that department? If it assists, I'm referring to your paragraph 19C of your first statement.
Yes, February to August approximately, is my recollection.
Now, would this be a fair summary that the focus of the notice to you relates to an engagement by the Department of Human Services of PricewaterhouseCoopers commencing in February 2017?
Yes, it would be.
Can I ask that the witness please be shown Exhibit 3821, Doc ID PWC dot 1007.1001.032. And also, could we have on the screen at the same time Exhibit 3822, Doc ID PWC dot 1007.1001.033? Do you see those two documents on the screen, Ms Foster?
Yes, I do.
And do you agree with me that the first of those two documents is an email from yourself to a then partner of PricewaterhouseCoopers dated the 8th of February 2017?
Yes.
And would this be right that the email attaches amendments proposed by the department through your email to the proposed terms of the engagement of PricewaterhouseCoopers?
Yes, it does attach amendments.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we could go to page 4 of the second document. I think that's page 5, it should be page 4. Do you have a folder of the documents in front of you, Ms Foster?
I do not, Mr. Scott.
Okay.
I have the supplementary and the witness bundle.
Perhaps the witness bundle might assist. It might be tab 6 of your witness bundle.
I don't seem to have the document you're referring to, which is dated the 6th of February on the screen.
I have a spare copy of the document, perhaps if that can be shown to you. If you could please turn to page 4 of the document. And it should have at the bottom of that page a heading Phase 4 Implementation Roadmap and Report.
Yes.
Okay. What I want to ask you about is that section of the document, which unfortunately seems to be virtually unintelligible on the screen. Oh, it's come up now. That's better. Now, you agree with me that that part of the document indicates that in the final phase of the engagement by PwC, there would be provided a final report. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Which would capture the key recommendations and synthesise all preceding analysis from their engagement?
Yes, that is what it says.
Okay. Now, given you were involved in the finalisation of the terms of engagement of PwC, did you have an understanding of what was meant by the final report that was proposed?
I understood that the final report would provide an overview of earlier activities around analysing areas for improvement, any future state project planning as well, and any consideration for how the measures would be implemented in the medium and longer term.
Okay.
As well as other references to technology and business process maps.
Okay. Perhaps my question was overly broad. My question was really whether you had an understanding as to what form the report would take. That is, whether it would be in the form of a PowerPoint slide or in the form of a Word document.
No, I did not. I don't believe it was discussed as to what format it would be in. It would be a report that would be presented to the department, summarising or providing an overview of those areas that were within the deliverables in the proposal.
I see. The next document I want to show you, Ms. Foster, is two documents, in fact. First is Exhibit 6761, Doc ID PwC.1007.1001.0166, and Exhibit 6762, Doc ID PwC.1007.1001.0167. Do you see those documents, Ms. Foster?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and do you agree with me that the first document is an email from yourself to Mr. West dated the 14th of February 2017, purporting to attach an official order for the engagement, and that the second document is that official order which was attached to the email?
Yes.
All right. And we go to the section 1.2 of the document towards the bottom of the page, headed deliverables, and call that out, as well as the balance of that section which goes over the page. Now, do you agree with me that among the deliverables, one of those is that which appears in section or subparagraph C, that is a report that identifies and analyses options for improvement and considers the implementation of current budget measures to be provided at the conclusion of phase 4? Do you see that?
Yes, it does, at point
Okay,
C.
thank you. And if we go over the page, and before we do that, do you agree with me that effectively the deliverables are broken up into 4 deliverables?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, 4 deliverables across two stage phases, yes.
Yes. And that the report deliverable relates to phase 4?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so if we call out on the second last page under the section headed item 7, can you see that?
Yes.
and you see that phase 4 is identified as effectively a milestone upon which the last set of fees under the order were to be paid?
Yes.
Okay. And is this right, therefore, that the obligation on the department under this order to pay the amount listed for phase 4 would only arise when the deliverables relating to phase 4 were completed, including the report that we've discussed?
Yes, that would be my understanding.
Okay. That can be taken down. Can the witness please be shown Exhibit 4773, Doc ID PWC.1007.1003.5348? Do you see that on the screen, Ms Foster?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognise that as the first page of a PowerPoint presentation dated the 11th of May 2017?
Yes, I have seen that document before.
And you've considered that document for the purpose of your evidence today?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Do you have a recollection that that PowerPoint presentation was delivered to the then Minister for Human Services on the 22nd of May 2017?
I don't recall the exact date, but that certainly sounds about right, that it would have been the end of May.
Okay. Before June?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And having reviewed this document, I take it for the purpose of your evidence, you know that it's a PowerPoint presentation that involves about 8 slides.
Yes.
Is it your evidence, or is it not your evidence, that this PowerPoint presentation was, to your understanding, the report that was required under the deliverables that we've been discussing?
The report, that particular document, was delivered to provide the Minister with an overview of the implementation strategies and the work that PwC was proposing, both in the short term, the medium term and the long term. I don't recall being informed that it was the version that the department accepted as evidence of the report that you've referred to as drafted in the PwC proposal.
So to be clear, your recollection is that this is not the report that was required under the official order, as we've discussed?
The report certainly provides information concerning a number of items within the scope, but it does not address other areas, including the business process maps and other observations. It was certainly a strategy, and I believe that recall that in the proposal, PwC were required to provide an implementation strategy and roadmap, which is contained in that document.
Right, but just if you could answer my question, is it your evidence, or is it not your evidence, that your recollection is that this was not the report that was required under the official order?
I don't believe being instructed that it was the report. It was information that was provided to support PwC's work.
Just so I can be clear, your last answer, you said that the report provided information concerning a number of items within scope but didn't address other areas. Did you mean the PowerPoint report?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can the witness now be shown Exhibit 4775, Doc ID PWC.1007.1003.5090_R? To see that on the screen, Ms Foster?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review this document for the purpose of your evidence today?
Yes, I have looked through it. Yes.
Prior to receiving the notice from the Commission, had you seen this document before?
No, I have never seen that document.
Okay. And may we take it, therefore, that that document was never provided, at least to your knowledge, to the department?
That is correct. I most certainly never received a copy of the document. I'm not aware as to whether the department received a copy of it.
Okay. That can be taken down.
Do you know anything about how it came to be called the Integrity Modernisation Implementation Strategy?
I do not.
Okay.
Just want to ask you some questions about your first statement, Ms Foster, particularly commencing on page 17.
$17 at the top or $17 at the bottom?
Bottom right. Have that there, Ms Foster? Hopefully it'll be up on the screen shortly.
Yes, I have it open. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, towards the top of the screen is a box that says Q4, confirm who authorised the payment of the BPR invoices. In your response, provide any relevant documents. See that?
Yes.
Now, the BPR invoices are the invoices that relate to the official order that we've been discussing.
Yes, they are.
Okay. And in paragraph 78, you say, to the best of my recollection, the two invoices were approved by Jason McNamara. I do not have access to the SAP system to confirm actual approvals or the date the approvals and payments were made. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the SAP system?
The system I recall was called Essentials. It is the financial management system that was used by the department at the time.
The way I read your answer is that without having access to that system, you can't give a complete answer to the question that's identified in the box above. Is that a correct interpretation of what you've said?
Yes, it is.
That is, that system will have, now we understand, will have direct evidence of who gave the approval to pay the invoices.
I believe that it would. During my time at the department, I recall having access to SAP, but not at this time.
Okay. Did you, in preparing this statement, identify to any officers of the Commonwealth that were assisting you with the preparation of this statement that access to that system was necessary to give, in order for you to be able to give a complete answer to the question you were asked?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. To whom? To whom did you say that?
I believe I would have... I'm so sorry, would you repeat the question? In preparing the statement, did I say?
Yes.
I believe I wrote it in the draft statement. I don't recall speaking specifically about it.
All right. Well, do you appreciate that it would assist the Commission for the Commission to have those records in order to assist it answer the question that you were asked?
It didn't occur to me at the time that I was preparing the statement. In the time that I had available, which was two or so days to review emails, my focus was on identifying the documents in order to answer the question that was asked.
Well, can you undertake to the Commission that you will make it clear to those assisting the Commonwealth that it's necessary for the Commission to have access to those records to enable the Commission to more fully answer the question that you were asked?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner, could I just indicate this topic is actually addressed in the supplementary statement? I'll just have the paragraph pulled up.
I actually don't have the supplementary statement. Have you got a copy? Not critical if you...
I'm sure we can find one, Commissioner.
And here comes a folder. Thank you.
I draw on friends' attention to paragraph 12.
Can you see paragraph 12 of your supplementary statement on the screen, Ms Foster?
Yes.
All right. Notwithstanding what you say in that paragraph, is it likely that there would be other relevant evidence on the SAP system that would assist us answer the question in question 4 of the notice?
I'm not sure. I was not directly a user of the system. My understanding and my recollection of the approval to pay process is that a contract administrator or manager, when an invoice was received, would forward it to a payment officer who would then goods receipt that invoice in the system, and then it would be workflowed, I believe, pardon me, for approval to pay.
In this case, who was the contract administrator or manager?
I believe it for those two invoices referred to for the milestone 1 and 2 payment, it would have been Judy Watsuritz. Apologies if I haven't pronounced her name correctly. She was Mr. McNamara's executive assistant.
Would she have authority to approve payment of the invoices?
My understanding is that she would not directly approve them. The invoice would be receipted into the SAP system, and then it would be workflowed through to approval. I am not sure if it would go through to finance or procurement first, and given that there was a contract associated with this, this particular proposal and work being undertaken, that it may not have gone through to a delegate. I'm just not aware of what those approval and acquittal processes were.
I see. Did you have authority to approve the payment of the invoice?
I did not have authority to approve payment of the invoice.
Did Mr. McNamara?
So payment of invoice would be within a delegation. I recall, Mr. Scott, that at the time the spending proposal was approved by Ms. Golightly, and it may have been that the invoice was workflowed back to the spending approver to acquit the funds.
When you say that was workflowed back, are you talking about various steps taken ultimately to the point of an approval being given?
Yes, in that the system would direct the invoice through the system workflow to the relevant delegate or business area for approval prior to dispersing payment.
The system being the SAP system?
Yes, Mr. Scott.
And therefore, would it be the case that the SAP system would have a record of effectively, ultimately, who gave the approval?
If that was the process, then yes, it would have an audit trail and a record of that.
When you say if that was the process, what do you mean by that?
I'm not aware of the specific approval processes for payment of invoices. I would expect that a system would most certainly maintain a record as to who acquitted or approved an invoice in order to make payment against that invoice.
Can the witness now be shown, please, Exhibit 6823, Doc ID CTH.3007.0006.4448_R, Exhibit 6823. Do you see there's an email chain culminating in an email from yourself to Mr McNamara dated the 3rd of June 2017, Ms Foster?
Yes, I do.
And that follows an email from Judy, I'm sorry, how is that pronounced? What's-a-ritz?
My recollection, I may not have pronounced that correctly.
That's the person you thought might be the contract manager?
Most likely an administrator or a finance administrator.
Right. Okay. And her email to yourself, CCing someone else, has what's described as a gentle reminder that the official order was due to expire on the 30th of June 2017.
Yes.
See that?
Yes, that is.
And then that triggers an email from yourself, the email from yourself to Mr McNamara on the 3rd of June 2017. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Where you ask whether it's okay for PwC to invoice us being the department.
Yes.
Okay. By that stage, had the invoice for phase 2 of the deliverables as described in the official order already been issued and paid?
Yes, I believe it had. My recollection is that it was received at the end of April, around about the 28th of April.
So your question is in this email about whether or not it was okay for PwC to invoice the department for the phase 4 deliverables?
Yes, it is. It was. My email is regarding the invoicing for the last phase 4 of the work that PwC was undertaking.
Okay, including for the work relating to the final report?
Yes, that's correct.
Paragraph 14, page 2 of your second statement, you say this, I sought confirmation from Mr McNamara to make this request. I believe I sought this confirmation as I had not seen a report in the format as provided in PwC.1007.100.590_R. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now that doc ID relates to the report I showed you earlier.
Yes.
And so when you say in your statement, I sought confirmation from Mr McNamara to make the request and explain you sought that because you had not seen a report in the format as provided in that document, what are you meaning to say?
I was unaware as to whether all of the deliverables, as stated in the official order, had been delivered, and therefore, if it was appropriate to be invoiced. Given the time of year, we were at that time in June, coming up to the end of the financial year, and I needed to inform through Judy back to finance whether we would accrue the funds, the remaining balance, or whether and therefore extend the contract as well, the official order, I'm sorry. And so it's my recollection that's why I asked if the deliverables had been completed.
Right.
Or implied, obviously in that email I didn't specifically ask if the emails had been delivered, but was my recollection. I wish to confirm that the department had received the deliverables.
All right. And do you have a recollection of what Mr McNamara did in response?
I believe Mr McNamara said yes, okay, in response to my email, okay to invoice, Mr McNamara said yes.
And at paragraph 79 of your first statement on page 17, you state that on 5 June 2017, you requested Shane West to invoice the department for the remaining amount.
Yes, I did.
Okay. The doc ID for that document is KFO.001.001.0739. I believe it's exhibit 6776 capital A. If you could have that on the screen, please. I have a copy for the witness. If it can't be brought up on the screen. And for the Commissioner.
Thank you.
Do you have that email, Ms Foster?
Yes, I do.
Is that an email from yourself to Mr West dated the 5th of June 2017 saying, Shane, could you PLS invoice us for the remaining amount for contract 1?
Yes.
Is that the email you referred to at paragraph 79 of your first statement?
Yes.
Can the witness please be shown exhibit 6826 doc ID PWC.1007.002.0036_R? Have you got that there?
Yes, I have.
All right. Is that the invoice that was issued by PricewaterhouseCoopers in response to your email dated the 5th of June 2017?
Yes, that is my recollection. I don't recall it having copy only, however, most certainly the details in the invoice look correct.
Okay. And was that invoice paid?
I believe shortly after receiving that invoice, having confirmed that the department considered it acceptable to be invoiced, that I sent an email to Ms. Watsuritz saying that we should pay the invoice.
Right.
Or to process the invoice, Mr. Scott, as per my earlier comments.
Did that involve you taking any intermediate step involving seeking approval from anyone?
No, I recall that the email from Jason, his response to okay to invoice, meant that it was acceptable for the invoice to be put into the system and would then be workflowed to the appropriate area of the department or the delegate for approval.
Right. And did that, may we take it, in your mind, constitute approval to pay for the invoice for the Phase 4 deliverables?
Yes, I may have had a conversation with Mr. McNamara regarding it and informing him that the invoice had been received, and then I would have then forwarded on to Ms. Watsuritz for processing.
Commissioner, that's the evidence of the witness.
Ms Hogan-Doran?
Commissioner, no questions arising.
Right, thank you. You want Ms Foster excused?
Perhaps Mr McNamara's lawyers?
Oh, did you have anything, Mr Andrew T did?
No at all. No, I don't. Thank you. Commissioner, just to thank you again for accommodating Mr McNamara in terms of his back.
Yes.
We might need a moment to set up.
All right.
Commissioner, could I just indicate the Perhaps when the witness has been excused, I'll raise the matter in relation to
I
inquiries.
think you are excused and you needn't be troubled by staying here anymore. Ms Hogan-Doran, what's the issue?
Commissioner, I was just going to raise the issue, as you would have appreciated from the witness's evidence, her statement was put on in very short order. The inquiries were made yesterday of Services Australia. That's being, inquiries being pursued. As soon as we have any material, we'll make sure it's provided to the Commission.
Okay, thank you. Now, I gather we need a short break for Mr McNamara, so I'll just adjourn for a couple of minutes.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned for a short break. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Mr McNamara wasn't excused last time, was he?
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right, so you're still on your former oath or affirmation, whichever you took. And also, given that that's taken a little time, I think we'll go till 1:30 and take an hour for lunch to 2:30.
Certainly, Commissioner. Mr McNamara, since the last occasion you appeared before the Commission, you were provided a notice from the Commission to give a statement produced documents dated the 1st of February 2023.
Yes.
And you produced a statement in response to that notice dated the 14th of February 2023.
Yes, that's right.
The Commission's been informed by your lawyers that there are some document IDs that require some correction. May we take it that if it's been advised to the Commission by your lawyers that those corrections need to be made, that you accept those corrections as correct?
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Okay. Commissioner will be tendering, perhaps after the lunch break, a document that will identify those corrections. Now, the focus of my questions, Mr McNamara, will be on the engagement by the Department of PricewaterhouseCoopers that commenced in February 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And can I commence those questions by just identifying the two documents that my questions will be focused on. Firstly, Exhibit 4773, Doc ID PWC.1007.1003.5348. Do you recognise that document, Mr McNamara?
Yes, I think so. Yep.
Have you had an opportunity to review it for the purposes of your evidence today?
Yeah, I think this is the what I've referred to as the PowerPoint report, if that's what it is. Yes, I've definitely reviewed that.
When you say what you've referred to as the PowerPoint report, that is what you've defined as the PowerPoint report at paragraph 18 of your most recent statement?
Yes, that would be right.
Okay. And that is a PowerPoint that was presented to the then Minister for Human Services on the 22nd of May 2017?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, so for ease of reference, I'll refer to that as the PowerPoint for the balance of my questions.
That's fine.
The other document that's focus on my questions is Exhibit 4775, Doc ID PWC.1007.1003.5090_R.
Right.
Now, that's one of the documents that was specifically defined in the most recent notice to you, Mr. McNamara, as the draft PwC report?
Yes. I looked at that document.
Okay. I'll, for the balance of your evidence, refer to that as the draft PwC report.
Okay.
Okay. That can be taken down. In your statement, you refer to paragraph 15, that's your most recent statement on page 4. You referred to the draft PwC report as well as an earlier draft from April 2017.
Yes.
And you say at paragraph 15 of that second statement that you do not recall ever being advised or made aware that PwC was preparing either of the draft reports in that form.
That's right. That's correct.
And when we say in that form, what do you mean by that form?
Well, I think I don't recall them. I don't have any recollection of a larger Word document. I don't recall a discussion of a larger Word type document from that time.
As distinct from a PowerPoint slide?
As opposed to the short report, yeah. As opposed to the short report, they actually did.
And by the short report, you're referring to the PowerPoint?
Yeah, to the PowerPoint.
That is this your evidence that you always understood that the report that was to be provided by PwC was to be in a PowerPoint?
No, I don't think when we started out we had firm views on what they were going to produce in that sort of level of detail. I don't think we had a good understanding of where we were going to head with their work when we started in February.
Okay. So when work commenced in February, in your mind, was there a possibility that there would be a report in the form that the draft PwC report took?
Yeah, I mean, I would have said that I just didn't have a view one way or the other. I think it was more the work than the format of the work, if you like, or the output for the work.
Okay. The PowerPoint report was a PowerPoint slide that went for about 8 pages.
That's right.
Covered things at a relatively high level.
Yes.
Didn't it condescend into much detail of the underlying analysis that was set out?
No, I probably didn't have a lot of underlying analysis, but had a bit of detail in terms of numbers. Had a fair bit of detail in numbers, in a numbers sense, I would have said. But, yeah.
Okay. You may have, in fact, I think you do, have 2 folders in front of you, Mr. McNamara.
Yep.
If it's of assistance, most of the documents I'll be taking to you will be in those folders, particularly the larger one.
Okay.
The next one I'm about to take you to, I don't think is in that larger one, so perhaps
Okay. No problem.
directed you to that folder too quickly, but just so that you know, in most cases, I'll be able to identify the document in the folder so that you can look at it.
Okay.
But before we go to the folder, I just want you to go and you to be shown this document, Exhibit 1638, Doc ID CTH.3001.0035.6372_R. Do you see that, Mr.?
Yep. I know that document.
Okay. And do you agree with me that this purports to be a meeting agenda for the purpose of informing the Secretary about the then proposed engagement of PwC.
Yep, that was the agenda we put to Catherine, yes.
And if we go to the next page of the document, you'll see that the then draft of the written terms of the engagement provided by PwC commences. Do you see that?
Yep.
If we go to page 5, we call out the heading Phase 4 Implementation Roadmap and Report. Now, do you agree with me that this part of the document indicates that part of the work that PwC was proposing to do was a final report that would synthesise all preceding analysis?
Yep, that's what they were doing.
By preceding analysis, that's the analysis that they were identifying in the preceding pages that they would undertake.
Yep.
And indeed, this part of the document indicates that the final report will synthesise the key steps and findings of all preceding stages of work and analysis.
Yep.
See that?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that the final form of this, we can go to it, but do you agree with me that this aspect of the proposal never changed? That is, it was always proposed that there would be a report as described in this passage set out.
Well, I think the work order outlines 4 things they were to deliver on. And that's essentially the contract we have with them. This is their proposal. And I think there's 4 things in the work order, and one of them is key findings, recommendations and strategy. That was one of the deliverables they had to give to us.
We'll get to the work order shortly, and perhaps my question was imprecise. So I was purporting to acknowledge the fact that there was a later final version of this document dated the 13th of February 2017, and it contained these words as well that appear on this screen.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think I think we discussed last time there was a bit of a change between the first version PwC gave us and the second, but I don't think it materially changed from that point.
Yes. And then we'll go to the official order, which is the work order I think you're referring to.
Yep.
Exhibit 1635, Doc ID PwC.1007.001.0013_R. I think this is in your large folder, Mr. McNamara, behind tab 15.
Okay. Sorry, what number was that?
15.
15. Okay. Yes.
And is this what you described as a work order before?
Yeah, yes, the work order.
And is this effectively the contract as it existed and was entered into between the department and PwC for the purpose of the engagement?
Yeah, this is what Melissa and Shane signed. Yep.
Okay. Shane being Shane West, the relevant partner at PwC.
Yeah.
Okay. And we look at section 1.2 that commences on the first page and goes over the page.
Yep.
The deliverables identified.
Yep.
And you agree with me that there's effectively 2 main categories of deliverables, those that relate to phase 2 and then those that relate to phase 4.
Yep.
And relevantly, one of the phase 4 deliverables is that which appears on the second page at the top, a report that identifies and analyses options for improvement and considers the implementation of current budget measures.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And then if we go to the third page, item 7 describes fees that will be payable under the order.
Yeah.
And effectively, there's 2 sets of fees, those that are payable on completion of the phase 2 deliverables and then those that are payable on completion of the Phase 4 deliverables.
That's right.
And the Phase 4 deliverables are worth, under this order, $469,000.
Yeah.
All right.
Although those figures, just for clarification, are maximums. They're not. It's not like they deliver a report, they get 469,000.
Okay.
It depends on the schedule and how much the people on the previous page at item 6 have actually worked on it.
Okay. The next document I want to show you, Mr. McNamara, is behind, I think, your tab 22, PWC.1007.1008.0685 Exhibit 6619.
Mm-hmm.
And if we call out, yes, so you see that's an email from Mr. Van Hagen to Mr. West.
Yep.
Mr. West being a partner of PwC at the time, and Mr. Van Hagen being one of the persons at PwC involved in the work that was being performed.
Yep.
You recall Mr. Van Hagen?
Yes, I know, Frank.
Okay. Now, the email's dated the 28th of March 2017, and he says, "Hi, mate. Had a quick chat to Jason to confirm whether they would like the final report to be in PowerPoint or Word. His view noting the Secretary's preference is to use Word." You see that?
Yeah.
All right. Do you accept that would appear to be a record of a conversation Mr. Van Hagen had with you?
Yeah, it looks like that.
And do you accept that what he has attributed to you as having been said by you is in fact what you did say to him in this conversation?
I don't remember having this conversation with Frank, and so I don't remember this.
Okay. But do you accept that what he's attributed to you is what you in fact said?
Oh, I would have thought so. That seems a reasonable thing. If he's asked me that, I assume he's got that right.
Okay. And so therefore you've told him at this stage, that is the 28th of March 2017, the final report would be in Word, consistently with the Secretary's preference.
I may have said that.
Okay, and so may we understand therefore that as at the 28th of March 2017, you understood that the form of the report would be in Word as opposed to in a PowerPoint slide?
Yeah, that seems like a reasonable assumption at that point in time.
Okay. If we go to the next tab, tab 23, Exhibit 6620, Doc ID PwC 1007.1003.3143_R. This is another email from Mr. Van Hagen, referring to an attached draft report outline.
Yep.
And then the attachment is the next tab, Exhibit 6621, Doc ID PwC.1003.3144. And I'm happy for you to have a quick flick through the document in front of you, Mr. McNamara.
Is this the April document that you've provided to me previously?
Well, it's not the full April document. It appears to be effectively a skeleton of what became that document.
Okay, fair enough.
Flicking through it, that's what it appears to be, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like a version of what you've given me. I can't remember, but yeah, it looks like a version of what you've given me.
Certainly the format of the document is consistent with the format of the draft PwC report, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it does look like that.
And it would seem that PwC was clearly proceeding on the understanding that this is the format that the report, as required by the deliverables in phase 4, was to be in this format.
Yeah, that would be a reasonable assumption, I would have thought.
Consistently with what you'd instructed them the same day that the email attaching this document was sent.
I don't know if I'd use the word instructed. Yeah, that would have been, I'm happy to say that that's what we wanted at the time.
Well, you were a primary point of engagement for the department with PwC, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And you were, part of that engagement was to give them instructions on how they were to carry out their task, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just wouldn't use the word instruction in regard to that, but that's okay.
Well,
instruction to me would be more formal direction, but that's just me.
well, in any event, you expressed to him the preference that the report was to be in this form.
Yeah, no, that's conceivable that I've done that. I don't have any recollection, but yeah, that's conceivable that I've told him that.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just as a matter of fairness, could the witness please be directed to the covering email? And just in terms of the last question asked, which suggested that that form was what he was giving an instruction about?
Yes.
I'm content to do that, Commissioner. The witness could be, and Mr McNamara, it's behind your tab 22. Could the witness please be shown again, Exhibit 6619, Doc ID PwC.1007.1008.0685_R. That's the email we were discussing before.
Yeah. Yeah.
You agree with me that you expressed a preference to Mr Van Hagen as to the form that the report was to take?
Well, he expressed a view noting the Secretary's preference.
Yeah. Yeah. So I've passed on what Catherine thinks at the time.
You also seem to have expressed a view noting that preference rather than just...
Yeah. Yeah. But as I said in my statement, when looking at these drafts, it's a pretty good format. So I don't think I would have been negative towards the format.
How hands-on was Ms Campbell in all this?
Not very. No, I wouldn't have said Catherine was very hands-on on this stuff.
Okay.
How did you gain an understanding of her preference as to the format of the document?
I assume I would have, it would have been by a discussion with her. We didn't email each other. I haven't got any record of any email. We didn't normally email each other.
So by way of discussion with her, are you referring to a discussion about the time of this email, or can you assist us when it might have occurred?
Well, I mean, I didn't regularly meet with her. Melissa Golightly would meet with her. So it is conceivable that Melissa told me this was Catherine's preference and I passed that message on. That would have been one option. Or, it would have, maybe a meeting with the minister, or going to a meeting with the minister or something like that, or Senate estimates or something like that. But I didn't really meet with her, and that wouldn't have been. communication would have happened through Melissa unless it was some sort of informal thing on the side of something else.
Where were you physically?
So I was Louisa Lawson building, so I was in Tuggeranong.
Okay, where was she?
So Catherine was in Doris most of the time, Doris Blackburn, so that's in Forest, near Parliament House. And Melissa was in another building altogether, Carolyn Chisholm, which is also in Tuggeranong. So none of us were in the same building, although at this time, Commissioner, I spent a lot of time in Doris Blackburn because I was doing a lot with the Minister. And so I'd obviously work from there if I was meeting the Minister or having to go and see the Minister at short notice.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a recollection at all of discussing the work that was being performed by PwC in the first half of 2017 with Ms Campbell?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Next document I want to show you, Mr McNamara, is behind your tab 25, doc ID CTH.3007.0005.3093_R at 6622.
Right.
Do you have that? Tab 25. You have that?
Yep.
And you see that there's an email from Ms Foster dated the 29th of March 2017.
Yep.
To you.
Mm-hmm.
Saying PwC will also meet with us on Friday this week to provide an outline of the report implementation plan and for us to review the process maps. Do you see that?
Yep.
Now, perhaps in fairness, if you could, I'll ask you about this email, but with reference to the document behind tab 23, Exhibit 6620, doc ID PwC.1007.1003.3143_R. Recall that's the questions I asked you a short while ago about that email?
Yeah, so the initial draft. Yep.
Yes, which attached
Yep.
that skeleton outline of the draft PwC report.
Yeah.
And it used the language, the initial draft report outline.
Yep.
And then in Ms Foster's email on the 29th of March, a day after, indicates PwC will meet with us on Friday this week to provide an outline of the report.
Yep.
Now, this is an email on the Wednesday. Do you have a recollection that about this time, attending a meeting with PwC where they provided an outline of the report?
No.
Do you have a recollection at all of being provided an outline of the report at any time during the PwC engagement?
Yeah, I thought there was one later on in an email, like it's in an email form from Frank. I thought it was in my documents. And he's outlined what they're going to do in the report. And that's the one I think goes to Melissa when she's asking for the outline. And it's nothing like, it's not in a report format like what's earlier. It's sort of like, this is what we want to cover. And it's like 5 or 6 points, maybe. So I think that's what I remember and I can see in my records. But yeah, so I remember that. And that was around about the time, that's closer to Easter though than this time. So it's probably a week or two later.
See, one view of this email is that the outline that he's referring to is the outline which is attached to the email from Mr Van Hagen on the 28th of March that we've been discussing.
Well, it's possible, but it wasn't unusual for PwC to, I don't know if there would have been a lot of benefit in showing me that document. They normally didn't give you draft documents. They'd normally provide snapshots of something that you would do, or they'd been doing. So that's why I say, in that April and June versions of this document, there's sort of charts and tables and stuff that are familiar that they would have flashed up on the screen during a meeting, and you'd say, oh yeah, okay, and they talk to it. But yeah, as I said, I don't recall a meeting where they presented anything like this, which is what I've said in my statement.
Could you please then go to tab 26, Exhibit 6795, Doc ID JMN.001.001.0318_R. That's an email from Rachel Ellsworthy to yourself, dated the 29th of March 2017.
Yep.
Refers to a phone call from Neil Mason's EO.
Yep.
Who's Neil Mason?
So Neil Mason at the time was the one of the general managers in corporate, and he would have been looking after procurement among his other responsibilities.
And it says, she said that Neil had asked if she could follow up on obtaining the PwC report on compliance.
Yep.
Do you recall this email?
Yeah, no, it's in it was something I found as part of putting together my second statement, yeah.
Right, so you do have a recollection of this email?
Yeah, I do.
It would seem to suggest, Mr. McNamara, you had some knowledge at the time of a forthcoming report from PwC. Do you agree with me on that?
That would be fair enough. They were definitely preparing a report at that time.
All right. Could you next go, please, Mr. McNamara, to your tab 30, Exhibit 3890, Doc ID PwC.1007.1003.3244_R. Do you have that document, Mr. McNamara?
Yep.
Do you agree with me that's an email from Mr. Van Hagen dated the 31st of March 2017?
So it's an email from Frank on 31st of March, yes.
Which is, it would appear, the Friday that was foreshadowed in the previous email. That is the Friday meeting foreshadowed.
Yep, yeah, no, that's right.
And refers to a brief conversation with Kirsten, and it would seem an indication that both her and you were very happy with the meeting.
Yep. That seems fair enough.
And would you agree, therefore, it would appear that the meeting that had been foreshadowed in the previous email did go ahead?
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Yep.
And if you go to the fourth paragraph on that page, Mr. Van Hagen says the focus for next week will be twofold: progressing the draft report and, in parallel, preparing for a number of executive workshops to present our work and recommendations. See that?
Yes. No, that was. I remember that. That was my grand plan that never happened. Yeah, I remember that.
So, what do you mean your grand plan that never happened?
Well, once PwC had shown me their findings and recommendations, I had the idea that what would be good is if we could get everyone in a room together at the same time. And when I mean everyone, I mean the executive of DHS, deputies, the secretary, senior people from Integrity, even Minister's office at the same time. And that way we could cut through a lot of the process and get everyone across the thing at the one time. That was my plan around about this time.
Right. And had that stage been reached by the time of this email, or are you referring to subsequent?
No, I think it was. I think it was about here that we planned that that's what we were going to do. They'd sort of got to a point where they were, I think, happy enough with what they were doing and what they'd found. And it was like, this is the time to get everyone across their work.
Right. And do you agree with me that what seems to be identified in this email is parallel work, that is one stream of work comprising a number of executive workshops for the presentation of the work and recommendations, but then separately, a separate stream of work being the progressing of the draft report?
Yeah, well, it could have been two, but they definitely had to. I mean, the idea, as I said, was that we were going to have hopefully one, but more likely a couple of workshops where people could come and attend and see what they presented to me at that point. I don't remember the meeting on the 31st, but I remember there was a meeting where they presented what they'd found and what they were recommending. And I remember, as I said, the outcome was I said, let's get everyone in the room to get everyone across that as quickly as possible.
Yes, but my question...
And those, just to be clear, those executive sessions were in the PwC office space. They had a particular office space, so it wasn't just about sort of lining people up in a sort of chairs in front of them and just talk at them for half an hour. It was a sort of more interactive way that they were presenting it to people. So it needed a fair bit of planning, which would be consistent with those words there.
Well, what I was suggesting is that one view of this email is that Mr Van Hagen's proceeding on the basis that the report will be separate to any presentations that are made.
Well, there's different streams of work, yeah. I mean, he has to do the report for the minister, but he has to also do the workshops to present the material to people, yeah. The workshops aren't just the PowerPoint. Like, the workshops are... Like, they had things up on different boards, they had different setups in the room, they had people move ultimately between those setups, and they had different PwC people presenting on different elements of what they'd found, if that makes sense. It's sort of a standard design thing that people do when they're presenting design outcomes.
The nenext document I want to show you, Mr McNamara, is behind your tab 34, exhibit 6624.pwc.1007.1026.0468.
Yep.
The evidence before this commission from Mr Van Hagen is this purports to be a note of a meeting attended by PwC personnel and a number of other persons, including yourself, on the 7th of April 2017.
Yeah, okay.
And what I want to ask you about, Mr McNamara, is that which appears on the page which has the last four digits 0471.
Sorry?
So can you see the numbering system at the top right-hand corner?
Yeah.
So if you each page is consecutively numbered, so the last four digits of the page that I'm interested in has 0471.
Yeah, okay. That page, yep.
So what I'm asking you about is the section that says, sorry, I should have directed you to the previous page. About the middle of the previous page has in bold Jason. And as I understand the evidence, what then follows are words that have been attributed to you by the person who's taken this note. All right? Obviously,
I
in
don't know
shorthand.
that, but yeah, you're telling me that. That's fine.
Now, those words include what appear on that page with the last 4 digits 0471. That is call report, strategy and plan. Can you see that?
Must be on the wrong page. I'll just look it on here. I can't see it in this. Budget measures. Yeah, okay. It's just looks like random points.
Well, my question is whether you would have said words at the meeting to the effect that that's what the report should be called, that is a strategy and plan.
No, well, I don't recall. I don't think it's material, but I don't recall.
Do you recall ever advising PwC that's what the report should be called, that is strategy and plan?
I would have hoped not, but it's possible. Hopefully I didn't get in the weeds that much, but yeah, I don't know. I don't recall.
Well, if you could then go to your tab 59, Mr McNamara, doc ID pwc.1003.4166_R, exhibit 3900. And also if we could have up on the screen the next document behind tab 60, pwc.1007.100341117_R, exhibit 3901. Do you have those documents, Mr McNamara?
Yeah. Yep.
Now, you agree with me that the first of those documents is an email from Mr Van Hagen dated the 4th of May 2017?
Yeah.
And it says to Mr West, "Hi Shane, please see attached the latest draft of the implementation strategy document." See that?
Yeah.
And it says, "As discussed, if you're comfortable with the current version, it would be good to share a hard copy version with Jason to give them an idea of the scope of the report and its recommendations, noting that it is still a working draft." See that?
Yeah.
All right. And the attachment to the email is the second document on the screen, the second document I identified to you.
Yep.
And do you agree with me that both the description of it in Mr Van Hagen's email and the title of the document on the first page uses the words strategy?
Yes, it seems to be headed implementation strategy. That's fair enough.
Which is consistent with the words attributed to you from the 7 April 2017 meeting that we've just discussed.
Yeah, I don't remember, so I can't comment on that.
At a convenient time, Mr Scott.
Yes, Commissioner.
2:30.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 2:30 p.m. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr McNamara, I believe when we broke, we were about to start discussing the documents behind your tabs 59 and 60. First of those being Exhibit 3900, Doc ID PWC.1007.1003.4116_R, and then the second being Exhibit 3901, PWC.1007.1003.4117_R, which are both on the screen. Do you see that, Mr McNamara?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Now, the first of those documents is an email from Mr Van Hagen to Mr West, the 4th of May 2017.
Yes.
See that? And refers to an attached latest draft of the implementation strategy document. See that?
Yes.
And the attached document is that which is on the right-hand side of the screen behind your tab 60. See that?
Yeah, I do.
Now, what this email states is that if you're, being Mr West, comfortable with the current version, it would be good to share a hard copy version with Jason to give them an idea of the scope of the report and its recommendations, noting that it is still a working draft. See that?
I do.
Now, one interpretation of those words is that Mr Van Hagen was proposing to show you the document on the right-hand side of the screen, that is Exhibit 3901. Do you agree with me that's an interpretation that could be made?
It could be, although the date makes it a bit odd, that's all.
I beg your pardon?
The date makes it a bit odd, the 4th of May.
Why is that?
Because by this time we've moved to the other format and they're struggling to produce the other format. So I'm a bit surprised they had something this developed that they weren't giving us.
Yes, that's the point, Mr McNamara.
I'm finding that a bit hard to understand because the emails around this time are all to PwC saying we need the report. So I don't understand why they didn't give it to us if they had it.
Well, that's the subject that I'm inquiring of you, Mr McNamara.
Yeah, so I don't understand at the 4th of May why they would be working on this document when they're struggling with the other document, which is going to the Minister.
The other document being the PowerPoint slide.
Well, it's the report that they can produce.
See, one interpretation of the evidence is that the PowerPoint slide was never intended to be the report for the purposes of the Phase 4 deliverable. That is, the report for that purpose was to be the document as appears on the screen now, that is Exhibit 3901.
Yeah, I wouldn't dispute that. I just dispute that they could actually deliver it when they had to deliver it.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, as you can see from my statement, when we needed this report, they were struggling to produce it. So it's not a case that they could have produced this, but they had to produce something by the time we were ready to go to the Minister, and the Minister was asking for what's the PwC findings, and my looking at my records was that they couldn't produce this at the time. So it's sort of a bit irrelevant. It's a nice document, but...
So when you say they couldn't produce this, you mean you've got records that indicate that they had indicated they couldn't produce a document in this form?
Well, yeah, the email trails from Melissa is clearly, she's asking where's their report, and they couldn't produce this. I mean, my thinking at the time was that it was a pretty big thing, you know, like it wasn't, I was probably a bit more sympathetic to them because I could understand the scope of the work and that it was probably a bit bigger than they anticipated. But like our focus in April is very much about getting a piece of paper out of them with their findings and recommendations. If they could have produced this, that'd be fine, but they couldn't produce. I mean, I think the emails show they struggled to produce it before Easter, which is around that second week of April. I mean, there's emails where you can see Melissa's getting increasingly agitated just before Good Friday because they couldn't produce anything.
Why did they get paid?
Sorry?
Why did they get paid?
Why didn't they get paid? Because they ultimately did produce something. They ultimately produced a report that had their findings and recommendations and strategy in it. They did do the 4 deliverables in the end.
You're describing the PowerPoint presentation as that?
Yeah. They ultimately did it. What they could do in the time was obviously a shorter document than this longer document. But we were asking for we weren't really asking for a document per se in a format. We were asking for findings, recommendations and strategies because that's what we needed to go to ministers so they can make decisions on what to do from 1 July.
But Mr. McNamara, what the official order required was a report, correct?
Yeah, and as I said at the start, the issue there was when we signed that, we didn't have a great plan of what was going to happen over the next few months. I think you can see in my statement, we were thinking we were going to Cabinet. We were going to Cabinet, like we were going to produce a Cabinet submission and this was going to be an input. That's what we were thinking to a great degree until we get closer to when it goes to the Minister and then there's a change of plans.
On or about the 28th of March 2017, you indicated to PwC the Secretary's preference.
Yeah.
The document was to be produced in Word format.
Yeah, but things change. I mean, I don't think we have a problem with the Word format. We have a problem with, as you could see in the second week of April, we need a product. Whether it's a Word document, an Excel document, or a PowerPoint, we actually need a document, and they couldn't produce a document.
Were they contracted to produce it by then?
Well, it depends on how you interpret the contract. I think that was the discussion with them. They were struggling with producing something that they were willing to share. They obviously weren't struggling with producing something. They were struggling with the concept of producing something they were willing to share with us. You'd have to ask them why that was the case. I don't know.
See, perhaps if we get the official order up on the screen, Exhibit 1635, Doc ID PwC.1007.0001.0013_R. It's behind your tab 15, Mr. McNamara.
Mm-hmm.
Does it say anywhere that PwC were required to produce a report by April?
No, because at that time, it doesn't really go to that sort of timing other than, the whole review was to be completed in 8 weeks. So, that's the timing stuff. And what are we talking about here? We're talking about the middle of February. So, middle of April, we were expecting a report. That's what we were expecting. And that's why people were getting agitated around Easter because, Melissa wanted to give something to the Secretary, who then wanted to give something to the Minister around middle of April. Or it was just before Easter. It was just before Good Friday, and Melissa started to get really worried that they weren't producing anything. So I don't think, it's just more the timing. It's more, that's what we needed and that's when we needed it, and that's what the work order talks about.
So we weren't supposed to produce it till the conclusion of phase 4.
Yeah, but I'd suggest that what happened was that we moved into a world where we needed it just rather quickly because ministers wanted to make a decision. That was that. And, they didn't deliver the other phase 2 things till afterwards. So they sort of reversed the order a bit because, as I said, when we started this in February, I don't think we had a grand plan of how it was going to play out. It was more, I'd been in the job a short period of time. I don't think we had a good understanding of where the program was at when we started this.
You had a contract.
No, but I'm talking about what they were going to find and what we were going to do. So yes, we signed a contract because we needed the work undertaken, and yes, we had a bit of a roadmap or a plan of what we were going to do, but that changed. We didn't prepare a cabinet submission in the middle of the year. We did it at the end of the year instead. So the world changed. It was a very fluid environment. It wasn't a very planned or structured environment at this time.
But at no stage did the requirement under the official order for there to be a report change, correct?
No, we still wanted an official report. We probably wanted it in the 8 weeks, and we wanted all the deliverables. I don't think that changed at any time. We wanted all those deliverables, yes.
And as at the 4th of May, there is a document that was in the works as per Exhibit 3901 in a form that you'd indicated previously was the form that the Secretary would have a preference for, that is, in Word.
Yeah, but remembering since that time, we've changed tact in terms of what we need and when we need it. So, I went to that meeting on whenever it was, 29th of March, and I was sort of happy with how they were progressing, and I was happy that let's get everyone together and show what they're doing, but others weren't happy with that timetable. And so it got accelerated in terms of, we've got to get a document together now, because working backwards to when we're going to get in front of the Minister, and possibly, we were probably still going to the Cabinet at that stage, working backwards, we're running out of time.
So is it your evidence that by the 4th of May, the department had formed the view that it no longer wanted a report in the form that it appears in this screen?
Yeah, well, it's irrelevant whether we wanted it or not. They weren't capable of producing it by that time.
But clearly they were, Mr. McNamara, as per the email and the attachment.
But the attachment's still a draft. The attachment's still a draft, and we're going to the Minister in 6 days' time. It's no good giving the Minister a draft document like that. Like, that's not ready to send to a Minister. I wouldn't send that to Catherine. I definitely wouldn't send it to Melissa. I mean, that's still a working draft. We're in a world where Melissa wants the document. She wants to be prepared for the meeting with the Minister. The Minister's meeting's happening on the 11th of May. We've got to get it in front of the Minister's office before then and make sure they're happy. We're running out of time here. It's no good them having a nice, neat document that's only half finished.
So you're revising the contract and requiring an earlier delivery of their report.
Well, we were working with them. I don't think we had an adversarial relationship. We were having a discussion of, they could see the political environment changing, they could see the requests up the line changing, and they were willing to change and we were willing to change.
Where's the request for an earlier delivery of what's prescribed in the report documented?
Well, so it's there's an email in my statement there where I email Kristen Foster about Melissa wants this now. I forward that email, and in that email I said to Kristen, this is being driven by the Secretary and the Minister, not Melissa. And that was very relevant, because if Melissa had been wanting this, we could have negotiated, right? I could have said to Melissa, well, they've got a lot of work, they're doing a lot of great work, I can show you the work. She wasn't quite interested in the intellectual side of the work, but I can show it to you. I can get them to show it to you. But once Melissa had received a message from Catherine that she needed to produce something, there was no persuading her. Catherine's asked for it, Catherine has to get it. That was Melissa's attitude.
This is $1 million contract.
Yes.
Where do we see any variation so that they don't produce a written document, just a PowerPoint?
Well, but I'd say what they've done is they've produced the written document that they could produce in the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, looking back on the records, I think we would have had a preference that they produce this document here that's on the screen, but we needed it a lot earlier than they could produce it. What they could produce in the time was the PowerPoint report. That's what they could produce in the time.
Okay, my question was, that's a significant variation to $1 million contract. Where's it documented?
Well, I don't think it was documented.
Mm-hmm. And why shouldn't they do both, PowerPoint and the report, given that they had it just about?
Well, I would have thought that the issue after that was that ministers had made a decision. So the value of doing another piece of paper once ministers have made a decision on the piece of paper would only have been of value if there was something materially different in it.
Okay. And are you saying it's identical to the PowerPoint?
I've looked at both of them, Commissioner, and I don't see anything of substance in the larger report that I was supplied for June that isn't in the 8 pages. I don't see anything of substance. Because I was looking for what of substance they might have concluded that we hadn't put in front of ministers. But I tend to think they had crammed all the relevant points that are in this larger document into those 8 pages.
Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Commissioner. Do you accept, at least based on the email that's Exhibit 3900 behind your tab 59, it seemed to indicate that you were shown this draft?
Yeah, and look, I accept. I said I've got no recollection and I've got no record, but I don't dispute that I could have been shown something in hard copy.
Okay. Well, let's have a look at the document, Exhibit 3901, Doc ID PWC.1007.1003.411_R.
Mm-hmm.
Go to page 25, please. We call out the 4 paragraphs under the words in brown insight. Have you read those paragraphs, Mr. McNamara?
Yeah, I remember those paragraphs from reading the document. It's in the June version that you provided me. Yes.
Except those words are not in the PowerPoint slide.
Well, the words aren't, but the concept is.
Well, the words explicitly state, amongst other things, that the OCI project sought to automate and scale existing manual processes through moving interventions online. However, in so doing, it lost some of the quality control mechanisms of the manual process that perhaps had not been previously recognised or codified, and removed a point of data collection. The impact of the loss of human intervention is hard to quantify, but are no doubt significant in the challenges faced by OCI. Now, you would recall, wouldn't you, that a significant amount of the adverse media about the program related to automation in the system?
Yes. No, it was a major issue.
And in particular, that through automation in the system, debts were being raised when they shouldn't have been.
No, I don't think that was the case. I don't agree with that. What do you mean by debts were being raised when they shouldn't have been.
Well, perhaps if you don't ask me the questions, I'll ask you the questions, Mr. McNamara. But what did you understand the issues about automation of the system?
Oh, well, I mean, it's a slightly difficult question to answer in the sense of people didn't understand the system, and then like press or stakeholders didn't necessarily understand the system, and then were criticising the system, but they weren't criticising the system that actually existed as opposed to the issues in the system. But I mean, essentially the automation came in the fact that under OCI, once people hadn't engaged after a prescribed period of time, the system would do what the officer would normally do, which was just raise the debt based on income averaging. So that was the automation that was being criticised. This is actually referring to something completely different. This is referring to how we selected people out of the larger pool. So if we're talking about, we data matched with the tax office, what these paragraphs are talking about is the fact that there was obviously other processes that weren't automated that were being done but weren't written down. So if you like, you go to the area that was doing this manually, you say, what do? We do the following 10 steps, and then you put that into coding and say, we'll do these following 10 steps. But they might have been doing another 4 steps that they didn't tell you about, and therefore you miss out when you automate it. So you're not actually automating the manual process, and that's what they're talking about here.
Well, regardless of what they're talking about,
Well, can I interrupt? They're talking about the OCI process where you put people online
Yeah.
and require them to give their answers online, and then they get an online calculation of debt.
Yeah.
And they're saying that really has done some damage because you used to have human intervention.
Yeah. But I'm just saying they're saying that at the early stage, not at the later stage, because we'd already fixed it at that stage with EIC, but we hadn't fixed it in terms of case selection, which is what they're talking about here.
I don't think they're talking about case selection. They're talking about the OCI, aren't they?
But they're talking about how they're talking about data records and the process, and they're talking about how we actually select people in terms of the data inputs and the data sets, the PAYG data set. That's what they're talking about. Well, that's how I read it. I mean, their report, they might have a different view of the world on what those things mean. But it's talking about the data collection. It's talking about the process up front that used to happen prior to OCI.
Yeah, and they're critical.
And they're critical. Yeah, they're critical. No, it's fair enough. They are definitely critical.
Yes, Mr. Scott.
except Mr. McNamara, that had a report found with these words in it from PricewaterhouseCoopers found its way into the public domain, it would have led to substantial adverse media publicity for the department.
Oh, yes. Although the one thing that was happening internally that was very apparent from the Minister, the Minister's office, the Secretary, this report that they were doing, whether it's in this form or the PowerPoint report, was never to become public. That was a very clear direction. This was never to become public under any circumstances.
Was that a direction that came from someone?
Yes, it came from Catherine Campbell, it came from the Minister. This was not, I had discussions with Andrew Aston, this was not to become public.
Right. And
So it was never being prepared as a public document.
So on what basis was an FOI application going to be resisted, or didn't you get
It was
that?
going to Cabinet.
Oh, I see, yeah.
You can see where the Minister's office is going with that.
so did the Minister's office tell you that it was to be provided to Cabinet?
Yes.
And when you say there was a direction from Catherine Campbell that this was never to be made public,
Yes.
how did you become aware of that direction?
I think in discussions with her. I mean, we had discussions about this document. There was discussions that it was not to become public. There was never the intention for it to become public, and it certainly wasn't going to become public at any stage. There wasn't, no one wanted it public internally, whether you're talking about the Minister, Minister's office, the executive, no one wanted this published.
When you say discussions about this document, you mean this specific document in this form?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say this. I don't think Catherine would have ever seen this document. I think, she was talking about the other, she would have seen the PowerPoint report, and there was no way she wanted that published or publicly available either.
Well, consistently with not wanting the PowerPoint published, it would make perfect sense to say, do not give us this longer report either, now that we've got the PowerPoint, wouldn't it?
Well, it doesn't really make any difference in the sense of if they're both going to Cabinet, they could both go to Cabinet. It doesn't really make any difference to us at that point. It's more the timing. I think with the larger report, I would say it's more the timing issue of come June, the Prime Minister's made a decision. This report's a bit irrelevant then.
Or a bit harder to find an excuse to send it to Cabinet and keep it from public view then, isn't it?
Oh yes, but my recollection, as I put it in my statement, was that the Prime Minister had said he agreed to the strategy subject to age pensioners being deprioritised, and my recollection was that the intention then was for the Minister to go into Cabinet and let them know that outcome from the Prime Minister. It's just, it would have been a bit of a rubber stamp type process, but it's a reasonable step, given we'd been to Cabinet in March to the Digital Committee to update them on EIC.
Commissioner,
You're getting stressed about
I am getting.
community.
I'd ask the witness not
So
to direct
interesting
comments in
statement,
respect of those matters, not least without a ruling in the usual way, Commissioner.
All right. For the moment, at any rate, I think you'd better not talk about what happened in Cabinet. Yeah.
Okay, well, what I could say then is that we hadn't gone and talked, the Cabinet hadn't been provided with this strategy type stuff that's in the PowerPoint. So the numbers, if you like, whether they were going to get $7.5 billion anymore, we hadn't talked about. So there was a gap between talking about other things that we're doing, and there's a gap between the actual what's going on in review world.
Can I ask the witness be shown page 47 of the document? And Mr McNamara, if you could go to your page 47. And before I ask you questions about it, can I just ask you, were reasons given to you by Ms Campbell about why the PwC report, in whatever form it took, should not be made public?
Oh, well, I think at the time, we were the story in the news. This would have just poured a whole heap of petrol on it.
Is that something, they her words, or did she tell you words to that effect?
Oh, no, that's not sort of Catherine's style. No, I'm paraphrasing. No, words to that effect.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to ask you about the section at the top of that page, in particular the words in black type and the first paragraph under the words in black type. So the words in black type say, the data and analytics used to support the selection of interventions are not comprehensive and result in a significant proportion of interventions resulting in no debt.
Yep, definitely.
And then it follows, selection and filtering of interventions under the current EIC process is based predominantly on pre-existing risks, concerns, knowledge and rules. The application of these risks, concerns, knowledge and rules results in large customer segments being selected when applied to the existing Centrelink customers matched against the ATO PAYG dataset. As a result, there are a significant number of interventions that are undertaken that result in no debt, with approximately 20% of customers whom completed the process resulting in no debt between July to December 2016 and increasing to 24% through to March 2017.
Yep.
Now that 20% of customers whom completed the process resulting in no debt, that was a figure that had been described in the media as the error rate, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
And that was a characterisation of that figure, which was contrary to the department's narrative, wasn't it?
Well, it's contrary to the facts. I mean, there's a review happening. It's not a bad, well, It's not a bad outcome. If the factual outcome from a review is that you have no debt, that's not a problem. The problem is more upstream in the sense we've got limited number of resources to deploy to this, and therefore we don't want to do a compliance review on someone who doesn't have a debt. That's the first point. But the second point was, and I think it's in the PwC notes, the minister did not want us to annoy people who didn't have a debt. So he's happy to review anyone who actually has a debt. He did not want letters going to people who didn't have a debt, because you put them through this process, it takes a long time, they go get pay slips, they're put out, they're upset, and then you say, well, congratulations, you've got no debt. Now that's a better outcome for them than getting a $3,000 debt, but that's still not a good customer service. So he was very focused on this. This was a big thing in his world, was, you know, you've got to stop sending letters to people who don't have a debt, and you have to set up the system so that those people can be knocked out of the system as quickly as possible. So he called them the killer questions. And he said, you've got to be able to ask them up front those questions so that they can get out of the review as quickly as possible and not have to go through the whole process for you to say, congratulations, you haven't got a debt, because that's not a good customer process.
So would you agree with me that if a report containing the words that I've just identified to you fell into the public domain, that would cause significant adverse publicity for the department?
Oh, I wouldn't say significant, because we had to explain this in a public way, because the 20% error was something that especially senators kept going on about, but it was in the press a lot. So we had lots of press articles saying 20% is a problem, it's an error rate. So we had to keep going back on that. And in going back on that, whether in whatever form that was, we had to explain it. So we already had explained this part of the process, and people had already twigged then to, well, why are you reviewing people who don't have a debt? And we didn't have a good reason other than this issue, which is our models weren't good enough at the time to get a higher number up.
Wouldn't that therefore, sorry, I'll rephrase it, doesn't this passage confirm that the reason why that number of customers were the subject of interventions who didn't have a debt was because of flaws in the system?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say flaws in the system. No, that would be completely incorrect. Not that I'm here to defend OCI, but no, it reflects a more simplistic way of modelling that would have, this is probably an example of something that didn't scale. So if you've got a model running and you're only picking out the top 20,000, the model's probably sufficient. If you run the model and you're trying to pick out 1 million reviews a year, the model doesn't work anymore. It can't handle, it's not accurate enough to pick out the people who have a debt. And that's what they're pointing out here, is that you needed a better model, you just couldn't use the old one. Does that make sense?
So what was your better model?
So what PwC built for us eventually was a debt prediction model. So that they would look at the record of the customer and any data we held in the system on the customer, and any hits that the customer had in various data bases, and then predict based on those factors what the debt would be. And if that was a sufficiently high number, whatever we set it at, we'd start a review. But if it did, and that model was really good, because one of the things that model did was it predicted 400,000 reviews would end in a zero debt outcome, a no debt outcome. And we got agreement from the government to do those reviews without the customer and zero them. So we completed 400,000 reviews based on the predictive model and zeroed it. So that was a good outcome in the sense of, now not a great outcome for the government in the sense of the estimates would have been based on those 400,000 having a debt, but we were able to do that. And that's something we talked about publicly quite a lot, because that was a real benefit.
But it also meant they had to expand the field and start thinking about vulnerable customers, didn't it?
It did eventually, and that's why, again, we prepare a cabinet submission in 2019.
Okay, well, perhaps...
Yeah, but in terms of my division in 2019, prepared a lot of material for government consideration on should we do...
Could I just, I invite the witness not to go to the subject matter of the material that's being prepared.
This is, anything that's for cabinet consideration, you're going to have to stay out of. But
Yeah, well, before it was considered by cabinet, it was an issue, and you could see it in the board papers that it was a real issue. We were running out of people to review who weren't vulnerable. That we were running out.
And it was, there was a Guardian article about it, so to that extent it's...
Yeah, the cabinet submission did appear in the Guardian, so
Yes.
yes, you can read it there as well.
And I think we've got confirmation that it was a genuine leak, that one.
Yes, and I can even tell you the version that leaked. It was a Friday afternoon.
Please,
There you go.
All right,
the
fascinating
witness,
as it is, I'm going to have to stop you there.
Okay, thank you.
and Commissioner, I'd invite the witness to focus on my learned friend's questions.
Well,
Yes. It's so much more fun when he doesn't, Ms Hogan-Dora.
Appreciate that, Commissioner, but
All right.
there are a number of matters that you have already ruled upon that apply not only to us but to the witness, and I'd ask him to be directed to comply with those and be assisted to comply with them.
Yes. Yes, Mr Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next document I want to take you to, Mr McNamara, is behind your tab 72 and also your tab 73, first document being Exhibit 4774, Doc ID PWC.1007.1003.5089_R. And then the second document is Exhibit 4775, Doc ID PWC.1007.1003.5090_R. Do you have those documents, Mr McNamara?
Yeah, I got those documents.
So the first document being an email from Mr Bowe to Mr Webber, CCing Mr West, dated the 30th of May 2017.
Yep.
Referring to their agreement a few weeks prior that they would provide the DHS implementation strategy document to them around the 2nd of June.
Yep.
And then that document, which is attached and which is referred to in that passage, is the other document on the screen, which, as you can see, is the June 2017 version of the draft PwC report.
Yeah, okay.
The point I simply make is, of course, the 30th of May 2017 is after the presentation to the Minister on the 22nd of May 2017.
Yes, that's right.
Which would seem to indicate that at that stage, at least, PwC was still proceeding on the basis that they were preparing a document in the form of the draft report that appears at the right-hand side of the screen that you have in front of you.
Yeah, I assume so, given they seem to be still working on it.
Yeah, and you can point to no document, can you, indicating that they were told that they shouldn't proceed to finalising a document in that form?
No, I can't point to anywhere where we've discussed or directed them on this, except for the email that Shane and I exchanged that's in my statement, where we agreed what they were doing from middle of May onwards. So we come up with the list of things that they're doing, and it's not on the list. But looking at my email trails, I don't actually think Shane or I were involved in the detail. We just exchanged what our staff had agreed, I think, is how I'd put it.
Can you direct us to where in your statement you refer to that email?
So it's...
your tab 4 is your statement, Mr McNamara.
Okay, tab 4. So it's in Annex A, it's number 88, JM N 001 001 0102. And the one before 87, which shows my staff giving me this, which is 001 001 0141, which is probably even more relevant because it shows what's happened. It shows that the staff have been negotiating on what was being delivered, and then we just formalise it in an email exchange, and I'm advised that we don't need to vary the contract.
So item 87 refers to an email from T. Simovsky.
Tony Simowski, yeah.
Who's that?
He was one of my directors. He was the director of the strategy unit in my division.
Right, so an email from him to yourself, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Not an email to PwC?
No, it's an email from Tony to me saying we've been discussing with PwC what they've been doing and what they need to do, and we think as it says here, this isn't on a contract variation, but an understanding for both parties of our mutual benefit. And then 88 is I just essentially cut and paste that, send it to Shane, and he sends it back and says, yes, we agree. Right. And we should meet more often type thing. So that's the process where we went through to actually agree what they were working on and what deliverables they were going to do going forward.
You're not saying, though, that email that is at item 88 of Annexure A to your second statement purports to be a direction or communication to them that they are not to provide a report?
No. All I'm suggesting is that it's not in there. And so therefore, if I was going to provide them with a direction on what not to do, it would have made sense to actually put it in that, because this is what you're going to do. This is what you have been doing for us since May. And we just want to make sure that we're happy that that's what you're doing, and this is what you're going to do. I think it's till September. So at that stage. So that's why we did that, was to make sure we're all happy with what they were actually doing.
Right. So as at the date of that email, the requirement in the official order, which had as a phase 4 deliverable the provision of a report, still stood?
Yeah, but whether see, I don't know if I actually approved the money for the deliverables under the work order, or whether Melissa does that, and therefore was the judgment that the PowerPoint report had met that or not. I'd assume, given they got paid, that who's ever the delegate has actually made that decision.
Okay, well, you're aware that in April, PwC invoiced the department for the phase 2 deliverables?
No, I don't recollect. I didn't have a budget at this stage. I had a new division, and the way budgeting worked in Services Australia, I didn't have a budget. That's why Melissa had to agree to the expenditure on this for the work order, and why she had to sign the work order, because she had the money in her group budget. It's too long ago for me to remember whether I could have agreed to pay them under the rules that the department would have had for financial delegation or not.
Well, if you go to your tab 58, doc ID pwc.1007.0002.0038_R, exhibit 6657.
Yep.
See that?
Yeah.
Invoice dated the 28th of April 2017.
Yep.
Do you agree with me on review of that invoice? That would appear to relate to the phase 2 deliverables.
Yep.
And are you prepared to accept that that invoice was paid?
Oh yeah, well if it was paid, I assume I would have known if it wasn't paid.
Okay. And can you go to your tab 75?
But don't they give us the process map for the customer in early May?
Well, we can go to the official order, but you recall...
I remember. 75, yep. $75, is it?
Yes. Do you have the official order there, Mr McNamara, behind tab 15, exhibit 1635? Perhaps if we can have that on the screen with the invoice that appears on the screen. You see that the business process maps and process maps in the official order
Yep.
are the phase 2 deliverables.
Yep.
All right, so do you agree with me that that invoice related to the phase 2 deliverables?
Yeah, well, that's what it reads.
All right. Can you then go to your tab 75, exhibit 6823, doc ID CTH.3007.006.448_R. Have you got that, Mr McNamara?
Sorry, what tab is that?
Should be your tab 75. It should be exhibit 6823, doc ID CTH.3007.006.448_R.
No, I haven't got that in the folder, but that's okay.
You don't have that?
Document. I have a different document. I have an email.
You don't have tab 75?
I have a tab 75, but my tab's...
It might be the
75 is an
email on the screen is the wrong email. The email that I'm taking you to is an email chain concluding with an email from Ms Foster.
Yes.
To yourself, dated the 3rd of June 2017.
Yes.
Following on from an email from, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce her name, Judy.
Yeah, that's my EA, yeah.
Your EA?
Yeah.
Referring to the official order
Yep.
due to expire on 30th of June.
Yep.
And then Ms Foster's email on the 3rd of June has this question: okay for PwC to invoice us?
Yep.
All right. Do you agree with me that she's seeking your approval to for PwC to provide their invoice on the remaining deliverables under the official order?
Yeah, no, that's what it reads like.
Did you give that approval?
See, well, if to that, I don't know, I can't remember.
Did you have a delegation to give that approval?
Can't remember whether I would have had delegation to do that. I mean, but all this is asking me is it okay for them to send the invoice? Am I happy that they've actually done what they're supposed to do? But in terms of who officially is agreeing to pay the invoice, that's what I can't remember, whether it would have been me or whether it would have been Melissa who was paying the invoice. Who would be the delegated officer for that would approve the payment?
But there's no point issuing the invoice unless the department's satisfied that the work under...
Yeah, and that would be the point. That's what Kristen would have been asking me. Are you going to essentially say, you know, if Melissa asks, if she was paying it or I'm paying it, whoever's paying it, even if it's Melissa paying it, Melissa's going to ask me, are we happy? Have they done what we asked? And that's why she's checking with me, is it okay? And I don't know what I've said, but I assume given they've got paid that I said it was okay.
Right. In circumstances where all that you say the PwC had done in satisfaction of the Phase 4 requirement regarding that is Phase 4 deliverable regarding a report, had done was a PowerPoint slide that ran for about 8 pages.
Well, I've called it a PowerPoint report, but yeah, that's the format they've used.
All right. Could the witness please be shown behind your tab 78, Mr McNamara, doc ID PwC.1007.002.0036_R 6826. Do you agree with me that's an invoice dated the 7th of June 2017,
Yep.
which purports to invoice the department for the Phase 4 deliverables
Yep.
in an amount of about $469,000,
Yep.
which would be the full amount under those deliverables.
Yep. That's right.
And the evidence before this commission is that the report, which is the draft PwC report that we've been discussing as distinct from the PowerPoint slide,
Yep.
represented about a quarter of the value of that invoice.
Well, that's your proposition. I think my proposition is it's the PowerPoint report.
No, it's not my proposition, Mr. McNamara. It's the evidence that we've heard from Mr. Bowe of PwC.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Well,
Look, they have this thing that's almost complete, that they're obliged by the terms of the contract to deliver.
Yep.
Why was it not received?
I don't know, Commissioner.
Wasn't your decision?
Might have been, but I don't recall. Looking at my documents now, I just would have thought we'd moved them in May on to working on all the implementation things they had to do, which is in that email exchange I have with Shane West at around about this time. And for us, the priority was to try and get the measures up and running on 1 July. That was the priority. So we had them working on lots of things to do with that. I personally would not have wanted them working on this report once ministers have already made a decision on this.
Okay, but whatever you wanted, they were.
Well, they were, but I have no recollection of them coming to me and saying, we're still doing this, do you want this?
nor do you have any recollection, Mr. McNamara, of telling them not to do it.
That's true. So I actually don't remember any of that to do with the actual format of the report.
Can you tell us whether, in respect of Ms Foster's email asking whether it was okay for PwC to invoice the department, whether it would have been you who would have decided to indicate that it was okay, or whether you would have sought approval from someone else?
Oh, it's entirely possible I would have asked Melissa if that was going to be okay, especially if she was going to be the delegated authority. In fact, I don't know, but I could, yeah. If Melissa was going to, I don't think I would have done that without Melissa's say-so, at least verbally. I wouldn't want the invoice to turn up on her door if she was unhappy with what they've done. That wouldn't have been a good look.
You don't have any recollection, though, of having a discussion with her about that subject?
I know, I had so many discussions with Melissa, I'm not going to remember too many of them.
See, one view of the evidence, Mr. McNamara, is that the report, that is the draft PwC report that we've been discussing, contained contents that was of such a nature that if it fell into the public domain, it would embarrass the department, and therefore a decision was made to not require PwC to produce that report to the department.
Oh, no, look, there's no way, as I said, there was no way the department was ever going to release that report publicly. And so it's irrelevant whether they finalised it and sent it to us or it's still left in draft. There was no way, there was never any intention to produce that publicly.
Unless it was thought there was a risk it might be leaked.
Yeah, but at that stage we hadn't had any leaks of documents in the inner circle of the measure. The leaks were just compliance officers talking about what was happening on the ground. There wasn't anyone centrally leaking material at that stage. Leaking starts the year after, I think.
Commissioner, I can indicate that there is a further version of Mr. McNamara's statement dated the 14th of February 2023 that's now on the Commission system, which is the same as was tendered earlier, but which has the corrections to the document IDs identified with the witness. And I can
make it an exhibit as an A to whatever the existing statement is?
Yes, please, Commissioner. Exhibit 6789, capital A.
Okay, 6789, capital A, that'll be the number for Mr McNamara's corrected statement, it'll be admitted.
Commissioner, could I just indicate for the record that my understanding is that corrected statement still bears the same redactions of the initial version of the statement in relation to public interest immunity rulings.
Thanks, Ms Hogan.
Professional privilege.
That's consistent with my understanding, Commissioner. And for the record, that version of the statement has a doc ID of JMN.9999.0001.0013_R. Commissioner, that's the evidence of the witness.
Mr McNamara, I just want to ask you something. Did you give a presentation to the AAT, in fact 2 presentations to the AAT in 2017 about the OCI?
Definitely gave one. I can remember one.
All right, I had the impression it was the same presentation given twice.
It may well have been. I remember going into their Canberra office and doing it by VC, and maybe we did Sydney one day and Melbourne another day. But they were all in a room somewhere else in Australia.
What can you remember about the point and the content of it?
No, too long ago. I would have a record of it. I remember I did the presentations with Liz Bundy, who became my national manager in the area. But no, I can't. We had standard things that we were saying.
Yeah, well, there were standard talking points. I think they're an exhibit, I'm not positive. It's CTH 3027. .0015.5617. If that's in the system, it might be able to be got up.
The only thing I'd say, Commissioner, is it would have been unusual for me to use talking points. So it wasn't unusual for people to prepare them. But
I'd imagine that, Mr McNamara.
Oh, yes, you would think. Where that wouldn't have been Ms Golightly's thing, and that's why, those sort of things, I wouldn't have used. But sometimes they're a memory jogger to make sure you can...
Okay, well, the thing that's distinctive about them is they don't refer to averaging at any stage.
Well, I think it's 2017. Averaging really isn't a legal issue, set for procedural fairness. Like, people are making a point that averaging is not fair in a procedural sense, but no one's saying it's illegal at that stage.
Well, I think they were. There was an article by Mr Martin in January which said that making these decisions was effectively without evidence and hence not legal.
Okay, that was probably before my time.
And there were some decisions in the AAT.
Yeah, I don't know if I can go to those, but it's 99% one way, less than 1% the other.
All right, but you see, the AAT would have needed to understand the process, to understand what was going on and what they were reviewing. So
no, we tried to actually help them. I remember Ms Bundy had, before she came to my division, she'd been the NM in charge of appeals in the department, which looks after the AAT. And so I think she arranged it all. She was very keen to help them be informed.
Okay, but it doesn't seem, if the talking points are any guide, that they're informed about it.
Yeah, but as I said, I may not have. I very much doubt I'd used those. They would have been something that Liz would have prepared.
Okay. The other thing I want to ask you about, you said you spent a lot of time in the minister's office.
Yes.
Talking to whom?
Well, talking to the minister a lot, unfortunately. Never good to talk to a minister when it's bad news all the time. And Andrew Aston and Mark Wood, as his chief of staff and his senior advisor, were very hands-on type advisors. They're both technical people, if I put it in that sense, so they were really interested in detail. They're not political people who are just whatever. Some political advisors can just tune out to this stuff. They were very into the detail. So was the minister, very into how many reviews, when are we doing them, what do they look like, what's the letter look like. And so I used to have to go to the minister's office a lot and answer his questions and answer his officer's questions.
What about the problem of averaging? Even if you didn't think it was a legal problem, you must have been able to see that it would produce inaccurate debts.
Well, we were really worried that it's not so much the averaging as why we're averaging. And we're averaging because people haven't engaged with us. And that's a failure from what we were trying to do in the process. So we wanted people engaged in the process, and it was, however engaged, we want them engaged. And if we were income averaging because the customer was on the phone saying, yeah, that's fine, that's what we'll do, then that's okay. But we do not want a situation where they haven't engaged and we're having to raise a debt without them. That was what we considered to be quite a failure of the process.
Well, not only a failure, it's just that when people didn't engage, it meant you were raising inaccurate debts. And was that not a concern where you got the power to raise inaccurate debts?
No, it wasn't. In 2017, as I said, I don't think it was even raised as an issue.
Okay, well, all right, never mind the power. What about the fairness of raising inaccurate debts?
Yeah, so, and that's why in 2017, before I start income averaging again, and it's attached to my first statement, I briefed Minister Tudge, and I explicitly tell him that we're going to do this, and that this is how many people it will impact, and I get his okay. So to me, points of fairness are points for ministers, they're not for public servants, and I went directly to him with that brief to say, you know, do you think this is okay?
It's okay to average where people are not engaging.
Yeah, that's what I explicitly asked him, because I knew that it was sensitive, even though at the time I thought it was legal. I did know at the time it was sensitive. The Ombudsman was definitely, you need to stop people being averaged, you need to do more, and the public commentary was more, you need to stop people getting averaged because of the fairness issue.
Well, basically you were charging people money that they didn't owe.
We didn't know that at the time, though.
Well, the chances were there because you could see that for people on uneven income, averaging would not produce an accurate result.
Yeah, but now we know that in terms of what the Act is capable of supporting in terms of debt raising. We didn't know that at the time.
I'm not talking about the Act now, I'm talking about fairness and
Yeah.
accuracy. You must have known that averaging was liable to produce debts which were false.
Well, no, I wouldn't say false. I still think what we're doing, even if we use pay slips, we are still estimating what someone's fortnightly income is. Unless we have a pay slip with daily information or is wholly contained in the Centrelink pay period, we are estimating their income. It's a lot of Australians, I think it's 25% of Australians get paid monthly. So that could be over 3 Centrelink pay periods. Now, at the time, we would have thought we could divide by, say, 30, 31, depending on the days, and just allocate it across. We now know we can't do that. And does it produce an inaccurate figure? Well, it possibly does. And now we know we can't do that. We can't do it with any information, including PAYG information.
Yeah, but that wouldn't produce an inaccuracy of the proportions of averaging across a year for somebody who's worked for 4 months.
It might, though, because remember the PAYG data comes with dates. So it is conceivable the PAYG data said 1 July to 31 July, and I have a monthly pay slip as well. So sometimes it will be significantly different. And it's a data question of how different it is. But no, I mean, I don't think it's an excuse, but you know, the conversations internally were very much, we've always done this. And therefore, and we're only doing it where the customer either agrees to it or the customer doesn't engage, and we're happy that we have actually notified them of the review.
Okay.
And then I know it's not helpful, but again, internally, the thinking was, unfortunately, people who were income average would then appeal the decision internally, and we'd run a process with pay slips or bank statements at that stage. So it was a way to actually, it was a blunt way to get people to engage.
And bank statements, of course, were not particularly accurate because they didn't factor in allowances that people might...
Yeah, they were difficult. They were difficult. So, but again, we tried to set up the process to make it, Mr. Storen tried to set up that part of the process to make it as advantageous to the customer as possible. So we always tried to have the lowest debt amount, if that makes sense, to put it in favour of the customer rather than get every last cent out of someone with a debt. So that's where we instructed people, and that's what we tried to design into the EIC and QP systems.
Okay, that document is Exhibit 1668.
Sorry, I overlooked to ask the witness a question, so I'm sorry. Mr McNamara, I just want to go back to what you said about Annexure A and document 88 on that annexure.
Yeah.
Which is an email from the 26th of June 2017.
Yes.
And then the previous document on that annexure, document 87, which you also referred to.
Yes.
22nd of June 2017.
Yes.
Those, of course, post-date the invoice for the Phase 4 deliverables.
Yes.
So those couldn't relate to the ongoing work on the report in May and early June 2017, could it?
Well, no, it does, because you read the emails, they're actually referring to work going on in May. So it wasn't it was sort of like there'd been an agreement to change, to do these deliverables, or to do this at further work. They'd started in May, but Shane and I hadn't actually written that down anywhere. And so in the email itself, it's a bit odd, because ideally Shane and I should have exchanged those emails in mid to early May, because they've actually changed what they're doing in mid-May.
But it's certainly not evidence of you having communicated a change.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I would have thought that's where that would have been if I was going to communicate.
And sorry, that makes me just want to ask you something else. So you dealt with Shane West? Primarily, or?
Generally, yeah. No, I'd say I generally dealt with Tybo and Frank Van Hagen. They were my primary things. And in that first 2017 period, I didn't deal with Shane very much.
Okay. What about Melissa Golightly? Whom did she speak to?
Oh, she talked to Terry Webber.
Terry Webber. What about Catherine Campbell?
I think I didn't really see any of that, other than the fact that when it first got set up, Catherine was dealing with Terry, and that was apparent from the email exchange that I've put in my second statement.
Okay. Is that you done, Mr Scott?
One last thing. It's been said by other witnesses, particularly Shane West and Kristen Foster, that those emails that we've been discussing, items 87 and 88, related to a subsequent official order, not the official order from February 2017. Do you accept that?
It could well be. I don't know the techniques behind it.
That is the evidence, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, Ms Hogan-Dorit.
Commissioner, I have no questions for Mr McNamara. I have followed up, but I'm unable to assist you in relation to the delegations and invoicing material, but we will provide what we can.
Okay, thank you. Mr Andrew-Tides.
No questions, thank you.
All right, thanks. Mr Scott?
Yes, may the witness be excused.
Yes, thanks, Mr McNamara. You're excused. Do we need a little time to move the lectern and so on?
Might do, yes.
Yeah, all right, we'll take a short break till... Oh, and you're excused too, Mr Andrew-Tides,
May we be
if you're
excused?
wondering.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise.
So we'll adjourn briefly.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned for a short break. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Scott.
Commissioner, I call Brenton Philp.
Mr Philp, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An oath, please.
All right, could you stand, please?
Please place your right hand on the Bible. Your response is, I do. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Thanks, take a seat. Yes, Mr Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Philp, could you please inform the Commission your full name?
Brenton Matthew Philp.
And you were provided a notice to give information in writing and produce documents dated the 14th of February 2023?
I was.
And you produced a statement in response to that notice dated the 20th of February 2023?
Yes.
Are the facts stated in that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Okay. You describe your work history at paragraph 16 of your statement as comprising, firstly, a period from 2000 to 2016, working in various roles at the ACCC.
That's right.
And then from 2016 to 2018, you worked in roles at the Department of Environment and Energy and in the Department of Industry, Innovation and Science.
That's right. Yes.
And you hold a Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Laws.
Yes.
You commenced at the Department of Social Services on the 15th of October 2018.
Yes.
And you commenced there in that role as Group Manager, Welfare and Housing Policy.
Yes.
You make some observations as to the nature of your experience, your prior experience in social policy when you commenced in that role at paragraph 20 of your statement.
Yes.
If it assists you, Mr. Philp, you might have a folder in front of you, which
May I open it?
tab 2 of your folder should have your statement.
Thank you.
You describe a handover process in paragraph 21 of your statement.
That's right. Yes.
And that involved some verbal handovers with branch managers.
That's right.
And is that verbal handovers given by the various branch managers within the group that you'd become manager of?
Yes.
Would one of those branch managers at the time be someone called Alison Essex?
Yes.
And would she have provided you a verbal handover in that
yes.
process? She did?
Yep.
All right. Can the witness please be shown doc ID DSS.5006.0001.4242? I understand the exhibit number is 135. And for your benefit, Mr. Philp, the document I'm referring to is behind your tab 4.
4?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hopefully it's coming up on the screen shortly. All right. Do you have that there, Mr. Philp?
I do.
Do you recognise that as a draft advice from Clayton Utes to a principal lawyer of the Department of Social Services dated the 14th of August 2018?
I do.
Have you had an opportunity to review this document in preparation for your evidence today?
I have.
Okay. Prior to being given the notice from the Commission that resulted in your statement, had you seen this document before?
No, I had not.
Do you recall having any discussions about it with Miss Essex?
About this document?
Yes.
No, I do not.
Is there a possibility that there was such a discussion with her from the time that you became group manager in October 2018 up to the time that she left the Department of Social Services in January 2019?
I don't believe so.
Sure.
Should
Do you need to elaborate?
Sorry, yeah, of course. I don't believe so. I mean, whilst possible we had that conversation, advice of this nature would have stuck in my mind and I would have recalled that.
Okay. And when you say advice of this nature, what do you mean about this advice that would have stuck in your mind?
The consequences of this advice are pretty significant for the program, the income smoothing application of the Robodebt scheme. That alone would have stuck in my mind as something significant that I would have recalled.
Okay. What would the usual practice be for bringing in advice of this nature to the attention of a group manager during the period that you were group manager within DSS?
So if legal advice had been received by any of my teams, I would have expected that to be brought to my attention. That would either, typically by an email, I'd receive a copy of it electronically. It may be provided in a hard copy format. And then that'd form a series of conversations with the team and with the branch manager involved.
Okay. The fact that it's in draft, would that affect in any way your response to the document?
I don't think so. So my practice, should I?
Please.
Yep. My practice would be to talk to the team relevantly about the document and the advice given. I'd want to talk to our internal lawyers involved as well. And I'd want to talk to, particularly one of this significance, with the external lawyers who've drafted the advice.
All right. And subject to all of those things, would you then take steps in relation to finalising the document? That is, get the instructions being given to the lawyers for them to convert it from draft into final form?
I would, yes.
If there was some issue within the department regarding whether the conclusions in the advice were disagreed with by members of the department, what would be the usual practice for dealing with that?
I don't think I ever came across that circumstance. I'd anticipate we'd have those issues brought forward, discussed with the lawyers drafting the advice. If we were concerned, we may seek senior counsel or counsel advice to ensure that the advice we'd received is strong. And then when we were to act upon it, we'd have a strong basis for that.
Okay. You just describe a scenario at paragraph 25 of your statement by reference to what you used to do when working in the ACCC.
Yes.
Can you just elaborate on that, please?
Yes. So we would commonly seek advice from counsel on a range of matters, particularly in issues relating to litigation or interpretation of the Competition and Consumer Act. On the receipt of that advice, there may be discussions with the lawyers involved to understand the advice, understand if there are any permutations to the advice, any issues like that. If there is a significant issue to be tested, particularly one that might go to, say, instituting proceedings or otherwise, it was common for us at that point to also then seek counsel advice on those things and then elevate that up through the Commission as part of the decision-making framework.
All right. It's been said by Ms Essex in evidence before this Commission that around 15 October 2018, she had a conversation with you in which she drew the advice to your attention and you said words to this effect: advice is simply advice and we determine what to do with that advice. Do you have a recollection of a discussion to that effect with Ms Essex?
I do not.
Is it consistent with the sort of language you would use in respect of an advice of this nature?
No, it's not.
Okay. It's been said by Ms Essex that in December 2018 she gave you a folder which contained the advice. Do you have a recollection of that occurring?
I do not.
Do you recall shortly before she left the department being provided a folder by Ms Essex?
No, I do not.
Commissioner, that's the evidence of the witness.
Thank you. Ms Hogan-Doran?
There's nothing arising, Commissioner.
Okay. Mr Scott?
May the witness be excused.
Yes. Thanks, Mr Philp. You're excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And that's it for the day.
It is, Commissioner.
Needn't have taken the short lunch. All right. Did you want an early start tomorrow, though?
Yes, if it pleases.
9:30 tomorrow, then. Thank you.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.